What if love itself was the greatest deception of all? What if the very essence of passion was a puppet tangled in the strings of fate, its master a shadowy figure lurking just beyond the veil? Eros, the god of desire, and Psyche, the embodiment of the soul, once defied the odds, but now their union trembles under the weight of forgotten secrets, ancient curses, and a relentless quest for a truth that could shatter the fabric of existence. In a world where every whisper carries the weight of betrayal, and every glance is a dagger poised for betrayal, Psyche finds herself ensnared in a web of intrigue. The air crackles with ominous energy, a storm brewing on the horizon, as she faces the harrowing reality: Eros is missing. Vanished without a trace. Is it a game of the gods? A test of their love? Or something far darker? Shadows dance like specters, echoing a past where love was both salvation and curse. Time is not a friend. Each heartbeat is a countdown, each second a reminder that love's fragile threads can snap at any moment. Psyche, armed only with wit sharper than a blacksmith's blade, must navigate treacherous landscapes, where betrayal lurks in the laughter of friends and desire drips from the fangs of foes. Imagine a banquet of betrayal, where poisoned promises are served as delicacies, and the laughter? Oh, it's like the caw of crows, foreboding and chilling. The labyrinth of secrets winds through the underbelly of Olympus, where gods play chess with mortal hearts, and Psyche is a mere pawn. But she refuses to bow. No more playing by their twisted rules. With her heart racing and eyes aflame, she plunges into the abyss, seeking answers in the darkest corners, encounters with trickster spirits and ancient oracles who speak in riddles, who laugh in tongues, weaving tales that twist reality like a pretzel. She discovers that love is a currency, traded in blood and tears, and the stakes. Oh, they are higher than Olympus itself. What if Eros' disappearance is linked to a prophecy older than time? What if it was Psyche's very existence that ignited a war among the gods? As she races against time, the walls close in, each heartbeat echoing the urgency of her quest. Friends turn foes, and familiar faces morph into masks of deception. Trust is a weapon, and doubt is a poison that seeps into her veins, threatening to unravel everything she thought she believed. The clock ticks ominously, a relentless reminder that love's true face may bear the scars of betrayal. Every choice could be her last. Every ally could be her executioner. Psyche stands on the precipice, her heart a war drum, demanding answers with a ferocity that ignites the very air around her. Can she reclaim her love in time, or will she be consumed by the shadows of her own heart? The answers lie beyond the veil, if only she can survive the descent into chaos. The lamp flickered, casting elongated shadows that danced across the cobblestones, mirroring the chaos within her heart. Psyche stood in the doorway, the weight of betrayal heavy in the air. It clung to her skin like a shroud. The silence screamed louder than any words could. She clutched the iron frame, the cold biting into her palm as if the very metal was trying to anchor her against the tempest inside. She could feel the earth shift beneath her feet, a betrayal of its own, as if the universe conspired to unravel the fragile tapestry of her dreams. I remember the moment the truth hit me. It wasn't a loud crash, it was a whisper, a barely audible confession that crawled under my skin and settled in my bones. I had opened my heart, my world, to someone who had slithered in with a smile and a promise. But now, that smile felt like a razor blade against my throat. Eros. My Eros. The god of love, transformed into a spectre of anguish. Each heartbeat echoed with the treachery of his absence, a reminder that love could curdle into something grotesque. Psyche, he had said, his voice a silken caress, trust me. Those words now twisted and turned, serrated edges digging into my mind. Trust. Such a simple word, yet its weight was staggering, the kind of weight that could crush mountains, bend steel, and turn hope into ash. I remember how his gaze had held me, a storm gathering behind those honeyed eyes, and I had thought I could weather it. But I was wrong. It was a tempest that left nothing but wreckage in its wake. I could still hear her, my sister, whispering from the shadows of my memories. A voice laced with pity and anger. You should have known, Psyche. Gods play games with mortals. I could feel her disappointment like sharp needles in my chest. I had been foolish, a moth drawn to a flame, believing I was bright enough to dance around the fire without getting burned. The realization cut deeper than any blade, a betrayal not just from Eros, but from my own heart. Outside, the world was a cacophony of life, but inside me, it was an eerie calm, as if time had frozen in this moment of anguish. I remember the stars, the way they twinkled in the night sky, indifferent to my despair. Each one felt like a distant friend, cold and shining, while I was left entangled in the dark web of my emotions. I had once looked up at those stars with Eros, wrapped in the softness of his embrace, sharing dreams that felt infinite. Now, they mocked me, their light obscured by the thick fog of betrayal. As I stumbled back into the room, I saw the remnants of our shared laughter, a discarded cloak, a crumpled letter, a forgotten promise. It was an altar of love turned to ruin. I wanted to scream, to unleash the storm that raged within, but the words caught in my throat, heavy with unshed tears. I was drowning in a sea of memories, each wave dragging me deeper into the abyss of despair. Then, there was the sound of footsteps, a hesitant approach on the stone floor. I turned to find him there, Eros, his expression a haunting blend of regret and indecision. The sight of him sent a shiver down my spine, a cocktail of longing and fury bubbling to the surface. How could he stand there, so close yet so far, like a ghost from a nightmare? Psyche, he breathed, as if the sound could weave the broken threads of our bond back together. I was wrong. Wrong. The word came out as a hiss, venom lacing my tongue. You were beyond wrong. You were a lie. A beautiful deception. I could feel the heat rising within me, a molten core ready to erupt. My heart screamed for him, but my soul trembled in fury. It felt like walking on a tightrope, balancing love and hatred, both so dangerously intoxicating. I never wanted to hurt you. His voice cracked, raw and pleading, but I didn't want to hear it, didn't want to be a pawn in his game of remorse. The shadows around us whispered secrets, and I could almost hear the ghosts of our love mocking us. What were you thinking? I spat, each word a dagger. Did you think I would just accept your betrayal as if it were a gift? The air thickened, suffocating us both. My heart raced, a wild drumbeat against the silence. I was a tempest, a storm ready to break, and yet, there was the flicker of hope, a spark I dared not acknowledge. He stepped closer, the distance between us crackling with tension. I thought you were strong enough, he murmured, his eyes searching for something, redemption, forgiveness, perhaps a way to stitch together the tapestry he had unraveled. Strong enough. I laughed, the sound sharp and brittle. You shattered me, Eros. Do you know what it's like to feel your heart break in slow motion? To feel the pieces of yourself scatter like leaves in the wind. I wanted him to feel my pain, to wear it like a cloak, but all he did was stand there, a shell of a man. I can fix this, he said, desperation lacing his words. Just give me a chance. But those words hung in the air like smoke, dissipating before they could take shape. I could see the sincerity in his eyes, but it felt like a fragile thread pulled tight, ready to snap with the slightest tug. I can't, I whispered, the finality of the words wrapping around me like an embrace I didn't want. You've broken my trust. You've shattered the world I built around us. And yet, as the shadows deepened and the night wore on, I felt the bittersweet sting of love still pulsing beneath my skin, an ache that refused to die. Eros stood there, a ghost of what we once had, and I realized that my heart was a battlefield, a place where love and betrayal fought for dominance, and no victor would emerge without scars. The clock ticked on, time merciless and relentless. Moments stretched, twisted, and curled like smoke, and I stood on the precipice of a decision that would shape my fate. The air was thick with unspoken words, heavy with the weight of our haunted past. I remember looking into his eyes, searching for the truth, and finding only shadows. And as the world outside continued to spin, I felt the cold tendrils of despair wrap around my heart, squeezing until I thought I might break. Because in the aftermath of betrayal, love turned bitter, and I was left standing alone, poised on the edge of a storm. The silence was deafening, a shroud that wrapped around her like a cloak of shadows. Psyche stood at the edge of the enchanted path, her heart pounding, blood thrumming in her ears like a distant war drum. The moon hung low in the sky, a monstrous eye watching her every breath, every tremor. She could feel the weight of its gaze, heavy and judgmental, as if she was standing naked before the cosmos, stripped of all pretense. The wind whispered secrets through the trees, a chorus of forgotten voices, pleading, warning, inviting. "I remember the night my sister betrayed me," she murmured, her voice barely breaking the fragile stillness. They had laughed together under the stars, weaving dreams in the strands of moonlight. But that laughter was a ghost now, a haunting echo that filled the empty spaces of her heart. Betrayal was a bitter taste, a poison that seeped into her veins, turning every sweet memory sour. The forest breathed around her, alive with a pulse she couldn't ignore, each rustle in the underbrush sending a jolt through her spine. She had to leave it all behind, the love that felt like a noose tightening around her throat, the sisters who had once been her sanctuary, now her prison. A figure emerged from the shadows. It was Orpheus, the bard, his face a tapestry of grief and longing. "Psyche," he called, his voice low and rich like dark chocolate melting in the warmth of firelight. "You shouldn't be here. This path, it leads to places where light fears to tread." She laughed, a brittle sound that shattered the silence. "And where does that leave us? Do we cower in the light, Orpheus? Does love demand we remain in safety while our hearts wither like autumn leaves?" The weight of her words hung heavy between them, an unspoken truth that felt like a dagger poised at her throat. Orpheus stepped closer, the moonlight casting shadows across his face, accentuating the hollows beneath his eyes. "You speak of love as if it were a light, Psyche. But love can also be a curse, a tether that pulls us into the abyss." She could see it in his eyes, the flickering remnants of hope battling despair. A part of her wanted to reach out, to comfort him, but the chasm between them felt insurmountable. "You know nothing of my heart," she spat, breathless with the weight of her own emotions. "You don't know what it's like to lose everything. To feel the ground slip away beneath your feet while the world watches, silent in its indifference." Orpheus flinched, and she felt a pang of guilt. But the truth was a fire that consumed her, a hunger that demanded to be fed. "I remember the warmth of your hand in mine," she said, softer now, almost breathless. But warmth becomes a memory, and memories twist like shadows in the dark. "Psyche, please," he whispered, desperation lacing his voice. "I can't stand to see you hurt. Turn back. There's still time." But time was slipping through her fingers like grains of sand. She had come too far, faced too many demons to turn back now. "And what of you, Orpheus?" she asked, her voice cracking like dry earth. "You sing of love, yet where has it led you? To shadows, to despair." Pain flickered across his face, a fleeting shadow that threatened to engulf them both. "You don't understand, I understand everything," she shouted, the words tearing from her mouth like a wound. "Every heartbeat is a reminder of what was lost. My heart beats for something greater than what is safe. Can you not see? This path is my choice." The forest seemed to hold its breath, the air charged with a tension that crackled like summer lightning. Psyche's heart trembled with the weight of her truth. She was tired of hiding, tired of running, tired of being that fragile girl who allowed fate to dictate her steps. She wanted to embrace the wildness of life, to dance with the shadows and sing with the ghosts that trailed behind her. And then, from the depths of the gnarled trees, a laugh echoed, sharp and cruel. It was her sister, Alecto, eyes glinting like stars fallen from grace. "Look at you, Psyche! So brave, so foolish." Alecto stepped closer, her voice smooth as silk but laced with venom. "What do you hope to find? Love is an illusion, a cruel trick played by fate. And here you are, chasing phantoms." Psyche's breath caught in her throat. The sight of Alecto sent a wave of memories crashing over her, the shared laughter, the whispered secrets, the fierce bond they once shared. But the betrayal still stung, an open wound that refused to heal. "You don't understand," she whispered, half to herself. "I'm not running away. I'm chasing the truth." Alecto stepped closer, her smile a twisted mockery of affection. "Truth? Or folly? You'll find nothing but darkness on this path." Psyche felt a surge of resolve. "Then let the darkness come. Let it consume me if it must. But I will not shy away from my fate. The tension in the air crackled like a storm, each heartbeat a drumbeat urging her forward. She stepped onto the path, the shadows curling around her like fingers grasping for her soul. Orpheus reached out, his hand trembling. Psyche, don't, but she was already lost to the night, the world behind her fading like a distant dream. The enchanted path stretched out before her, a ribbon of uncertainty, twisting and turning into the unknown. She could feel the weight of every choice bearing down on her, the ghosts of her past whispering warnings and promises alike. Yet she pressed on, heart racing, breath shallow, every step a defiance against the darkness that sought to claim her. And as she ventured deeper into the shadows, the line between love and fear began to blur, pulling her into a vortex of emotion that threatened to engulf them all. The path twisted endlessly, each bend revealing cracked mirrors reflecting her deepest fears, her greatest desires. This was just the beginning, a haunting overture in a symphony of chaos. The enchanted path awaited, a siren's call echoing through the night, as she descended into the heart of the unknown, where nothing was certain and everything hung in the balance. The air hung thick with a silence that draped itself like a heavy cloak over the village. Night had settled in, oppressive and full of whispers. I stood there, heart thundering, as if it might break through my ribcage and escape the encroaching dread. A single lantern flickered in the distance, a lone star in a sky of shadows. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down, the crumbling earth beneath my feet echoing a warning, a prophecy yet to unfold. Beside me, Elara trembled, a fragile thing caught in a storm she could neither understand nor control. Her fingers twitched, brushing against the smooth stone of the oracle's shrine, as if searching for warmth in the unyielding cold. "What if it's wrong?" she whispered, her voice barely rising above the rustling leaves. I wanted to reach out and reassure her, tell her that prophecies were merely possibilities. But deep down, I knew they were chains, links binding our fates to unknown horrors. The oracle's voice echoed in my mind, a haunting melody I could not shake. The stars will align, and blood will spill. I remembered the way she had smiled, a knowing glint in her eyes, as if she were a spider weaving a web of fate around us. You must seek guidance, and the truth will reveal itself. And yet, here we stood, encircled by the trembling trees, their gnarled branches clawing at the moon, as if desperate for answers. The shadows whispered secrets, and the darkness felt alive, creeping closer, wrapping around us. There was something lurking, something waiting in the corners of my mind. "Finn," Ilara's voice broke through my thoughts, laced with fear. "What if we're too late?" Her words struck me like a bolt of lightning. I remembered the day we had found the oracle, the way her eyes had glinted with madness. "You must hurry, for time is a fickle mistress," she had warned. And now, here we were, with time slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. What must we do? I don't know, I admitted, my heart a stone in my chest. But we can't wait. We must seek her again. Her gaze flickered toward the forest, dark and forbidding. What if she's wrong? What if she leads us to our doom? And there it was, the pulse of fear. It throbbed in my veins, a steady drumbeat of despair. I wanted to tell her that the oracle had always been right, that her prophecies were the whispers of fate. But doubt wrapped around my mind, tightening its grip. I felt the pull of uncertainty, a black hole of anxiety threatening to swallow us whole. "Let's go," I said, though I felt my resolve wavering, a fragile thing teetering on the edge of despair. We stepped forward, the crunch of leaves beneath our feet echoing in the stillness. Each step felt like a countdown, a reminder that the clock was ticking, that our choices would carve our path in blood and shadows. The path twisted, a serpentine trail through the trees, and with each turn, I felt the weight of the world pressing down harder. Images flooded my mind, faces of those we had lost, the screams of a village engulfed in chaos, and the darkness creeping into every corner of our lives. The oracle had seen it all, had whispered the truth, and yet I felt powerless. "Finn!" Ilara's voice pierced through my thoughts again, a lifeline woven from desperation. "What if we're not strong enough?" Her fear was a mirror, reflecting my own. I turned to her, the moonlight catching the tear glistening in her eye. "We have to be," I said, though my voice was strained, a mere echo of confidence. We owe it to them. And so we pressed on, the trees closing in around us, a suffocating embrace. I could feel the forest watching, its breath like 1,000 whispers brushing against my skin. The air turned electric, a tension thrumming beneath the surface. I remembered the oracle's warning. The prophecy had begun, weaving its threads into our lives, wrapping tighter with every moment. Suddenly, a rustle broke through the eerie silence, a figure lurking in the shadows. My heart seized, a wild animal thrashing against the cage of my ribs. "Elara, stay back," I hissed, adrenaline surging through me. The figure stepped forward, and my breath caught. It was the oracle, her eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. "You seek guidance," she said, her voice a haunting whisper that echoed through the trees. "But the truth is a double-edged sword." I could feel Elara's hand tightening around mine, her pulse racing like a frantic bird trapped in a storm. "What must we face?" I asked, urgency clawing at my throat. The oracle smiled, a grin that sent chills racing down my spine. "The darkness will show you what you are truly made of." And in that moment, I felt the universe shift, the stars above rearranging themselves into a constellation of fate. The shadows deepened around us, and I could feel the weight of the prophecy pressing down, an inevitable force drawing us closer to the edge of oblivion. "Finn," Elara's voice trembled, thick with fear. "I don't know if I can do this." I turned to her, our eyes locking, sharing a moment suspended in time, the fear, the uncertainty, the flickering hope. "We have no choice," I whispered, my heart pounding like the drums of war. As the darkness enveloped us, a scream echoed in the distance, a haunting reminder of what awaited. The oracle's prophecy had begun, threads of fate intertwining, spiraling out of control. And we were caught in its web, teetering on the brink, in a world where every choice carved a path through shadows. We stepped forward, hearts racing, into the unknown. The night held its breath, and so did I. The journey had begun, and there was no turning back. The clock ticks louder than thunder. Each second is a heartbeat, alive, relentless. I stand in the hollow of my mind, surrounded by shadows that flicker like dying flames. Faces drift in and out, memories echoing, distorted by the weight of their significance. She's there, Maya, her back turned to me, hair flowing like a river of obsidian. She's whispering secrets to the darkness, secrets I'm not meant to hear. It's unsettling. A knot tightens in my chest, a reminder that I am both within and outside this moment, suspended between the past and the crushing present. I remember the first time we met, a cacophony of laughter in a dimly lit cafe, our hands brushing over shared pastries, the sweet, warm smell of cinnamon dancing in the air. It was supposed to be innocent, but now her laughter feels like a distant echo, taunting me from the depths of this madness. I want to reach out, to tell her that I'm still here, that the clock won't stop ticking. But she's fading, slipping into the shadows where I can no longer follow. "Why can't you see?" Her voice is a tremor in the silence, a plea wrapped in desperation. The weight of unspoken truths hangs heavy between us, a shroud that suffocates the very air. I can't answer. My throat feels thick, choked by the memories we've shared, the dreams that have unraveled like fragile threads in the night. Across the room, there's Mark, his gaze fixed on the floor with a weight of his own. He's always been the anchor, steady and resolute, except now he's a ship lost at sea. I remember him laughing, oh, how he laughed, transforming a mundane Tuesday into a carnival of joy. But today, his laughter is a ghost, haunting the corners of his eyes. Anguish replaces mirth, like a bitter aftertaste, and I wonder if he's lost, too. "Mark," I whisper, though it feels futile. He doesn't look up. I see the way his hands tremble, fingers twitching like the wings of a trapped bird. I want to reach out, to pull him from the abyss, but the distance between us feels insurmountable. We are two ships passing in a storm, each lost in our swirling seas. "I can't," he finally says, the words a brittle breath. "I can't be what you need." The admission hangs in the air, sharp and stinging. It cuts deeper than any blade ever could, for in that moment, he is not just voicing his struggles, he is shattering the fragile illusion we've clung to for so long. "Then what are you?" I ask, heart racing. The adrenaline surges, fueling the fire that threatens to consume us both. What are we? Silence envelops us, thick as fog, and I see it, the weight of his doubt, the shadows lurking just beyond reach. The clock ticks louder, each chime a reminder of our limitations, our failures, our fears. I remember every moment we avoided the truth, every lie we told to keep this fragile facade alive. Just a pair of broken souls, he murmurs, and it feels like an elegy, a requiem for a friendship that was supposed to withstand the storm. But storms erode the strongest foundations. They whisper secrets of despair, and we are left shivering in the aftermath. Maya turns now, her eyes dark pools swirling with unspoken thoughts. You don't get it, do you? There's a fire in her words, the heat igniting a spark of rebellion within me. We're ghosts in our own lives, haunted by dreams we suffocated, choices we never made. I step closer, feeling the pull of her intensity. Then let's break free. Let's tear down these walls. But even as I speak, doubt gnaws at me, a ravenous wolf tearing through the fabric of our resolve. The shadows whisper of failure, taunting me with the specter of what might never be. Free? Mark laughs bitterly, and it cuts like glass. What do you know of freedom? We're trapped, imprisoned by our minds, our fears. His words spill out like poisoned wine, and I can taste the bitter truth on my tongue. I remember the darkness that crept in, the little lies that felt innocent at first, but grew like weeds until they choked out the light. It's all happening again. The cycle spins, and I am caught in its relentless grip. Stop! I shout, voice breaking. Stop hiding. We can't keep running from this. I'm pleading now, raw and exposed. The air trembles with unresolved tension, and I can feel the walls of this prison closing in. But they're silent, and the clock keeps ticking, louder, more insistent. I can't take it. I can't breathe. The shadows swirl around me, breathing life into my fears, my regrets. I remember the way we used to dream, how the cosmos felt within reach. Now it's just a distant memory, a cruel joke played by time. Maya's eyes flicker, haunted yet resolute. Then let's face it. Together. There's something in her voice, a fragile hope that clings to the edges of despair. It sends shivers down my spine, a cold reminder that we are all we have left. Together, I repeat, the word wrapping around us like a fragile thread. But beneath the surface, I feel the cracks deepening, threatening to split us apart. The clock ticks on, mocking our resolve, a reminder that every heartbeat is a step closer to the unknown. And then, in that charged silence, I realize, this is the crucible, the moment where we must confront everything we've buried, everything we've lost. There's no escaping it, the weight is too great. In this raw, aching space, we are left with only our fears, our flaws, and the haunting shadows of dreams unfulfilled. The clock ticks louder still, each beat reverberating through the void. It's a countdown. The storm is coming. And we stand on the brink, caught in the trials of our minds, hearts racing against the tide of our own unraveling. In the shadows, a ghost of possibility flutters, if only we could grasp it before it slips away like sand through our fingers. But the darkness beckons, and we are lost, forever teetering on the edge, the next breath a gamble in the game of what we once were, what we might still become. The air hangs thick, electric, as if the world is holding its breath, waiting. Shadows stretch long and lean under the flickering glow of torches, their flames shuddering like the hearts of those near. I stand among them, pulse racing, skin prickling, as the ground beneath quakes with an unseen force. A storm brews in the distance, its rumble is both a warning and a beckoning, a promise that something ancient stirs. Do you feel it? The words slip past my lips, more an instinct than an inquiry. I cast a quick glance at Myra, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and curiosity. She's never been one to shy away from the dark, her laughter often ringing like bells in the silence. But tonight, her spirit seems dulled, eclipsed by the shadows that cloak our surroundings. I feel like I'm being watched, she whispers, and it cuts through me, a shard of ice digging deep into my chest. Foolishness, murmurs Tayan, his voice low, a gravelly reminder of the skepticism that has always defined him. He shifts uncomfortably, rubbing the back of his neck as if trying to shake off the chill. It's just a storm. But the storm is more than weather. The whispers of the wind feel like voices long forgotten, echoing with truths buried in the depths of history. I remember what the elders said about the gods, about their anger and their mercy, about the thin veil that separates us from them. My heart thuds, a drum echoing the impending chaos, and I wonder if this is how dreams unravel, when reality bends and distorts, revealing the impossible. Another tremor rolls through, sending a shiver down my spine. I can almost see it, a flicker of movement, too quick to grasp, between the trees, in the dark. There! I shout, pointing, but when they turn, there's nothing. Just the night, heavy and suffocating. I swear I saw something. Enough, Tayan snaps, his irritation flaring. You're only scaring her. It's nothing. But Myra's gaze is locked onto the shadows, her breath a shallow whisper. I can see her resolve slipping, the confidence that usually shines in her eyes dimming like a fading star. We shouldn't be here, she finally says, her voice trembling with a vulnerability that pulls at my heart. We should turn back. We can't turn back. My voice raises, fueled by desperation and something deeper. Myra, you can't be afraid of what you don't understand. This is everything we've searched for. The truth spills out, raw and unfiltered. The dreams of gods, the myths lingering on the edges of our minds, are clashing with my fear. I don't just want to find them, I need to confront them. But what if they are not the benevolent figures of my childhood tales? What if they are monsters, shadows that devour light? I remember stories of the last encounter, the city swallowed whole, laughter turned to screams, the gods' vengeance pouring down like fire. As if in response to my thoughts, the wind howls, and the trees sway, their limbs clawing at the sky are warning, a beckoning. And then, silence. A silence so profound it sinks into my bones, squeezing the air from my lungs. In that moment, time fractures. A flicker of memory flashes, Myra's laughter ringing out against the backdrop of a vibrant market, her hand brushing against mine as we wove through the throngs of life. But that laughter is gone now, replaced by the sharp edge of fear. I can't stand to see her like this. Myra, I reach out, fingers grazing hers, anchoring us both. We'll face whatever comes. Together. Her gaze meets mine, a storm swirling within her depths. And if they don't want us here? The question hovers, thick and sticky in the damp air. I open my mouth, but words crumble, lost beneath the weight of possibility. What if we are intruders, a disruption in the fabric of fate woven by powers far beyond our comprehension? I can almost hear the whispers again, an invitation laced with menace, tugging at the corners of my mind. Something shifts beneath the ground, a crack splitting the earth. I stagger back, and then it happens, a shimmer, a flicker of light breaking through the darkness. It's as if the cosmos itself has drawn back the curtain, revealing a doorway. Shapes emerge, distorted figures cloaked in the ethereal glow. I gasp, a visceral reaction that rises from deep within, a primal fear, a yearning for something greater. Stay back! Tayan yells, brandishing a stick like a weapon, his bravado a thin veil over his terror. But I can't move. My feet feel anchored in place, drawn to the luminous forms that pulse with an ancient energy. Myra slips closer to me, her breath hitching. What are they? The words tremble, laced with awe and fear, and I can barely respond, lost in the gravity of the moment. They are both beautiful and terrible, their faces shifting like the tide, reflections of 1,000 dreams and nightmares colliding in endless chaos. A voice like thunder rolls through the air, shaking the ground beneath us. You seek us, mortals. I see it then, a flicker of recognition, the faces of legends rising within the light, each one a fractured piece of our history. It's intoxicating, terrifying. I remember the tales, the warnings, the fables we learned as children, but they all feel inadequate now, mere whispers against the tide of divine presence. Myra squeezes my hand, her heart racing against the storm that rages in the pit of my stomach. What do we do? The god's eyes pierce through us, and in that moment, as our fates intertwine, I realize the truth. What we have searched for is not just knowledge, but the essence of our souls laid bare. And the echo of my heartbeat drowns out the noise, a singular rhythm in a world spiraling into chaos. I step forward, my voice trembling but resolute. We are here to understand. And as the words leave my mouth, the air thickens, charged with the weight of eternity, pulling us toward the brink of something unimaginable. The encounter has begun. The air crackled, heavy with the tension of impending doom, as the ground trembled beneath our feet, a heartbeat, a warning, a whisper of fate's cruel design. The trees loomed around us, shadows stretching like grasping hands, their gnarled branches clawing at the sky. I could barely breathe. Panic clawed at my chest like a ravenous beast, gnawing at the edges of my sanity. The challenge of the fates had begun, and there was no turning back. "I can't do this," I gasped, voice trembling as I turned to Mara, her wild eyes reflecting the chaos swirling in the darkening skies. Her jaw set, determination slicing through the fear etched on her face. The girl had always been the rock, the anchor in the storm. But now? Now she looked like a ship lost at sea. "You have to," she replied, her words a lifeline and a knife all at once. "There's no other way. We have to face them. The fates." Just saying their name sent shivers down my spine. They were not just myths or legends, they were the embodiment of our deepest fears, our failures, and our hopes. I remembered the stories, how grandmothers recounted them by firelight, their voices trembling with the weight of history. The fates had witnessed everything, seen the rise and fall of kingdoms, the birth and death of dreams. And here we were, mere mortals, caught in their ruthless game. Mara reached for my hand, her grip reassuring yet desperate. Her strength filled the void inside me, igniting a flicker of courage. But I could feel the weight of my own inadequacies crushing down, a suffocating shroud. "I remember," I murmured, the memories flooding in like a torrent. "I remember the first time we heard the story about them. You were so scared you wouldn't sleep for a week." A ghost of a smile flickered across her lips, but it vanished as quickly as it came, replaced by the grim reality that we stood at the precipice of our darkest fears. The ground beneath us shuddered again, a tremor that felt like a heartbeat drumming louder and louder, echoing our own. "Do you think they're watching?" I whispered, glancing around as if expecting to see them lurking in the shadows, their eyes glinting with malevolent glee. "They're always watching," Mara said softly. "They see everything. They know our weaknesses." It was true, each moment of hesitation, every ounce of regret, laid bare before those ancient beings. They fed on our vulnerabilities, twisting them into threads of despair. I could feel their presence creeping closer, an icy breath on my neck, and my heart raced, pounding against the walls of my chest like a caged animal desperate to escape. Then there was Ethan, standing a few paces away, his broad shoulders tense as if he were straining against an invisible weight. He was the bravest of us, the one who had always charged headfirst into danger without a second thought. But now, uncertainty shadowed his features. The facade of confidence was slipping away, revealing the cracks of his human frailty. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of doubt, the gnawing fear of failure. Ethan turned to me, his voice low, nearly lost in the wind. "What if we don't make it?" His vulnerability pierced through me, a raw, exposed nerve. "What if we become just another story, the ones that didn't survive?" I remember, I started, but the words tangled in my throat. The memories of loss, of friends who had vanished into the ether, left nothing but echoes behind. I remember the last time we faced them. We lost so much. He nodded, a silent acknowledgement of the scars we all carried. This wasn't just a test of endurance, it was a reckoning. The fates would not only weigh our strengths but our weaknesses, and they would not be merciful. The earth shook again, and suddenly, the shadows moved. Dark figures emerged, swirling in the dusk like smoke caught in the wind, a manifestation of our deepest fears, our guilt laid bare. They hovered around us, and I felt my breath hitch, trapped in the icy grip of terror. Faces from the past twisted and contorted, their eyes hollow, mouths open in silent screams. Friends, family, those we had lost. They were here, and they were watching. "Keep it together," Mara hissed, squeezing my hand. We can't let them see us break. The shadows lunged, and time warped, stretching into an eternity of dread. Each heartbeat felt like a drum, echoing the weight of our choices, the ghosts of decisions unmade. The specters of our past merged into the fate's cruel laughter, mocking our very existence. "Look at them!" Ethan shouted, his voice rising above the cacophony. "They think they can break us." But even as he spoke, I could hear the tremor in his words. Each syllable was a desperate plea, a challenge thrown into the abyss. "We are more than this." And in that moment, something ignited within me. A surge of rage, a refusal to be defined by the pain. I took a step forward, forcing myself to confront the swirling darkness. "The fates could not have what was left of us. You don't own us." I screamed into the void, my voice raw and wild. "We will endure." The shadows recoiled, momentarily stunned by our defiance. I could feel Mara's grip tightening as we stood together, side by side with Ethan, hearts pounding in unison. This was not just survival, it was a claim to our existence. But even as we stood resolute, the ground cracked beneath our feet, and the laughter of the fates echoed in the air, a chilling reminder that our endurance was just the beginning. A mere step in a game that had no end. I remembered the stories, how they always warned of the cost of defiance, the heavy price of survival. And as the darkness surged forward, a tidal wave of despair threatening to engulf us, I knew with a gut-wrenching certainty that the test had only just begun. And so we stood, hearts racing, ready to confront the abyss, to challenge the fates themselves. But the shadows loomed larger, and the air thickened with uncertainty. Would we survive? Would we break? Only time would tell, a relentless clock ticking overhead as we braced ourselves for the storm. The air was thick with the stench of sweat and despair as I stumbled through the narrow alley, brick walls pressing in on me like the fingers of the damned. Shadows danced in the dim light, flickering like anxious ghosts, each one whispering the secrets of the underworld. I could hear the echoes of my own heartbeat, a thunderous drum that drowned out the cacophony of muffled cries, the distant clang of steel against steel, the unmistakable sound of souls being torn apart. This was no ordinary night. This was the abyss, and I was its unwilling guest. I saw her first, Clara, her silhouette a fragile wisp of hope, barely holding on to the threads of her sanity. Her dark hair clung to her face, soaked with the bitterness of tears. She turned toward me, eyes wide, a tempest of fear and fury. "They're coming for us," she said, voice trembling like a leaf in a storm. "We have to move now, before they close in." I wanted to reach for her, to tell her it would be okay, but the words felt hollow. The truth was, we were running from the darkness that had seeped into our very bones, the kind of darkness that gnawed at your soul like a ravenous beast. It was a monster born from desperation and loss, and I, Ben, the coward, the fool, had led us both into its maw. "Where's Marcus?" I managed to choke out, the name tasting bitter on my tongue. Clara flinched, the shadows in her eyes deepening, dancing with unspoken memories. She didn't need to say it, I knew. I remember the last time we'd seen him, the way he had gripped my shoulder, eyes alight with reckless determination. "I'll hold them off. Just go." But he hadn't gone. He'd stood firm, a warrior's heart beating bravely in a coward's body, and now he was lost to us, swallowed whole by the chaos we had inadvertently unleashed. "He's gone," she whispered again, the words breaking against the jagged rocks of our reality. "We can't dwell on him, Ben. We have to survive." Survive. The word hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. But how? In this hell, survival felt like a twisted joke. I had always been the one who found solace in knowledge, reading dusty tomes about ancient histories and forgotten realms. I had escaped into worlds of ideas, but now all those lessons felt like ashes. When faced with the visceral horror of the underworld, history was a ghost of the past, leaving me utterly unprepared for the visceral reality that clawed at my throat. A low rumble shook the ground beneath us, and we froze, hearts racing in a syncopated rhythm of dread. I could feel it, the tremor of something vast and unseen gathering strength, a malevolent force lurking just out of sight. Clara's breath quickened, her fingers brushing against my arm as if seeking the comfort of my presence, a tether to the world above the darkness. I remember the stories, I murmured, words spilling out like a desperate prayer. The tales of the underworld, the lost souls, the shadows that never fade. But those stories had always felt so distant, so abstract, until now. The reality was a suffocating embrace, and each ghostly whisper from the shadows reminded me of my own failings. I caught a glimpse of movement, shapes creeping through the darkness, twisted faces illuminated by the sickly glow of an unseen moon. They were the remnants of lives long extinguished, their eyes hollow but filled with a hunger that sent shivers racing down my spine. "Clara!" I gasped, clutching her wrist as if holding on could shield us from their gaze. "Run," she urged, and we tore through the labyrinth of despair, heartbeats drumming in a wild symphony of fear, the world around us blurring into a chaotic mosaic of dark and light. Each step felt like a betrayal of Marcus's sacrifice, a reminder that life was fleeting, and we were merely shadows chasing after the remnants of daylight, desperate to stay afloat in an ocean of darkness. But the deeper we ran, the more it enveloped us. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on my chest, crushing me beneath the realization of our own insignificance. I glanced back, the shadows lurking behind us, eyes glinting like shards of broken glass, mocking our escape. "They're gaining on us," I panted, the taste of fear bitter on my tongue. Clara's resolve flickered like a flame in a tempest. "We can't stop," she breathed, determination igniting within her, lighting a fire in the depths of despair. She pressed her hand against the cold, damp wall, as if seeking some hidden passage, some escape from the hell we had stumbled into. "There has to be a way out." But all I could think of was Marcus, that brave fool who had believed in our cause. I remembered his laughter, the way it filled the air like a sweet melody, a promise of brighter days. "What if we don't make it?" I whispered, my voice barely a breath, weighted down by the ghosts of regret. Clara turned to me, her eyes fierce, a storm of emotion swirling within them. "Then we fight. We fight for him." And in that moment, I saw the truth in her eyes, the fierce light of survival, the primal instinct that drove us to clutch fiercely to life even when the odds were insurmountable. The shadows closed in, insidious and relentless, but her fire rekindled something within me. I remembered my own bravery, my own willingness to stand for what mattered, even if it meant facing the very darkness that threatened to consume us. Together, we charged into the unknown, hearts pounding, breaths mingling as we faced the abyss. The confrontation was inevitable, the darkness a living entity that breathed alongside us, taunting and teasing, eager to swallow us whole. But we were not just victims, we were survivors, and in that revelation, I found a glimmer of hope, a flicker of light in the ever-encroaching dark. Time twisted around us like a serpentine shadow, each moment stretching into eternity as we fought against the tide of despair. I felt Clara's hand slip from mine, a heart-wrenching moment as she was pulled back by the very darkness we sought to escape. Fear surged through me, raw and primal, but I refused to let go. I would not lose her too. "Clara!" I screamed against the void, the word echoing like a battle cry, a desperate plea against the inevitable. I lunged back, grasping for her, for the flicker of hope that remained tethered to our shared memories. In that split second, I realized that we were more than shadows, we were echoes of the past, intertwined by love and loss, bound together in a fight against an unforgiving fate. As her fingers brushed against mine once more, the world faded, replaced by the pulse of the underworld, its secrets wrapping around us like a shroud. The confrontation was upon us, the darkness looming, but we were not afraid. We would face it together, hearts pounding, souls intertwined, ready to confront whatever awaited us in the depths of despair. The abyss might be vast, but we would not drown, we would ignite a flame, a beacon in the endless night, as we descended together into the heart of darkness. The moon hung like a silver coin, glimmering on the surface of the restless sea. It was a night dripping with tension, where the air crackled as if the world held its breath. Waves crashed against the rocky shore, their relentless rhythm echoing the heartbeat of the earth. It was here, amid the chaos of crashing water and whispering winds, that I found myself caught in the eye of a tempest, staring into the abyss of love and longing. Aphrodite's lesson had begun, but I wasn't prepared. The scent of salt and the chill of the night combined with my racing thoughts. I stood at the edge of the world, feeling the cool breeze wrap around me, as if nature itself was trying to pull me back from the brink. I could hear laughter in the distance, the kind that danced just out of reach, a cruel reminder of what I had lost, what I had dared to want. I glanced to my left, where Elara stood, her face a canvas of anguish, eyes wide and shimmering with unshed tears. She was not just my sister in blood but my sister in heartache. Her flame-red hair whipped around her face, fiery and untamed, much like the love she had once worn so proudly. We had both loved the same man, Inigo, the tragic artist whose heart was as wild and uncontainable as the sea itself. The very air around us thickened with unspoken words, a ghost of the past haunting every breath. I remember, Elara choked out, her voice barely a whisper, swallowed by the roar of waves. I remember when he painted the night sky, when he made me believe in magic. Her hands trembled, fists clenching and unclenching as if trying to grasp the memories before they slipped away. And now he's gone. Gone. The word hung heavy between us, a stone that sank into the depths of my heart. I remembered how Nico's laughter had filled the air, vibrant and intoxicating, a melody that beckoned us closer, wrapping us in warmth. But that warmth had turned to ashes, leaving us cold and longing for what could never be. I could see him now, his silhouette against the waves, the artist forever captured in his own tragedy, a ghost whispering his love to the stars. I can't do this anymore, I confessed, my own heart pounding like a drum in the silence. He's taken everything from us. The love we had, the dreams we spun like gossamer threads, it's all gone. The weight of those words pressed down on me, as if the very ocean beneath my feet threatened to swallow me whole. Elara turned to me, her expression fierce, a flicker of defiance igniting in her emerald eyes. We can't let him win. We can't let that love destroy us. It felt like a challenge, her voice a battle cry against the shadows creeping in around us. We are not his victims. We are warriors, fighting for our hearts, for our lives. I wanted to believe her, to feel the spark of hope ignite within me, but the darkness loomed larger, swallowing the light. A memory flickered in the corners of my mind, Nico's brush gliding across the canvas, painting our futures in hues of joy. Yet, every stroke felt like a knife, carving more pain than pleasure. Then, a shadow loomed over us, a figure emerging from the night. It was Nico, his presence stealing the breath from my lungs. He looked like a dream, ethereal and haunting, yet the reality was a storm brewing beneath the surface. I could see the sorrow etched on his face, a mask of regret that mirrored my own despair. "Why are you here?" I spat, my voice trembling with the weight of betrayal. "You don't get to come back and haunt us, Nico. Not after what you've done." The anguish poured from my lips, raw and unfiltered, every syllable a dagger aimed at his heart. He stepped closer, the moonlight reflecting in his eyes, revealing the turmoil within. "I had to come. I needed to see you both. To what?" Elara interrupted, her voice like glass shattering. "To break us again? To remind us of the dreams that will never be? You've left us shattered." The storm of emotion swirled around us, a tempest of grief and love crashing in a cacophony of pain. "I thought I could control it," he whispered, his words filled with the weight of lost dreams. "But love is a beast that cannot be tamed. I thought I could escape it, but it only led me back to you. I couldn't breathe. I felt the world tilt on its axis, love and hate colliding like thunder in the night." Beneath the beauty of his words lay a darkness, a haunting echo of the chaos he had brought upon us. I saw Elara's heart break anew, her fierce defiance crumbling like brittle leaves in the autumn wind. "My heart is a battlefield," I said, my voice cracking under the strain. "And you are the war." Nico took a step forward, the gulf between us narrowing, but I recoiled, every instinct screaming to keep him at bay. Don't you dare come closer. You don't get to play with our hearts and then act as if everything is okay." His face fell, the flicker of that familiar warmth replaced by the chill of uncertainty. "I never meant to hurt you," he pleaded, desperation lacing his voice. "But I can't let you go. I can't live without you." Elara's gaze shifted between us, the tension thickening like a storm cloud ready to burst. "You think you can just come back and fix this? You think it's that easy? Love isn't a game, Nico." Her voice trembled, a mixture of anger and heartbreak. And then, for a moment, everything froze, time suspended in the crystalline air, the weight of our emotions hanging heavy like a shroud. The night whispered secrets, and the ocean roared in agreement. In that silence, I felt my heart shatter anew, pieces scattering like stars across the cosmos, each fragment holding a memory, a sliver of what once was. "Please," he whispered, his voice breaking. "Help me understand. I need to know, what do we do now?" And there it was, the question that hung like a noose, the weight of our love pressing down on us, heavy as the waves crashing against the shore. The answer was elusive, a fleeting shadow that danced just out of reach. I felt the pull of the water, the abyss calling my name, daring me to dive into the depths of this chaos, a chaos that was beguiling, intoxicating. "Maybe love is a lesson," I whispered, the words slipping from my lips like a secret too sacred to be spoken aloud. "A lesson we must learn, no matter how painful." Nico's eyes widened, a flicker of realization passing between us, igniting the darkness with the promise of something more. And the world around us blurred into a tapestry of colors, the moon, the waves, the pain, the love, a chaotic symphony playing on repeat. And as we stood there, fractured yet fierce, I realized this was not the end. No, it was merely a beginning, a spiral of emotions intertwining and unraveling, a lesson from the goddess of love that would echo through our hearts for eternity, binding us in a dance of shadows and light. The night deepened, and with it, our stories unfolded, raw and relentless, each heartbeat a reminder of the lessons love teaches, sometimes cruel, often beautiful, forever binding. The air crackled with an electric tension, a foreboding weight pressing down against the chest. I stood in the shadow of the crumbling cathedral, its spires clawing at the night sky like desperate fingers, each heartbeat a reminder of the storm brewing within. Rain dripped from the eaves, each droplet an echo of unspoken fears, a countdown to something inevitable, something sinister. I could almost hear the whispers, soft as ghosts, laced with betrayal and longing. "Where are you?" The voice shattered the silence, raw and trembling. It belonged to Aria, her voice a delicate thread, weaving through the chaos that surrounded us. She was more than a friend, she was the flickering light in the dark, the heartbeat that pulsed alongside mine. But tonight, that light felt dim, dulled by shadows that threatened to consume us both. I caught a glimpse of her then, drenched and vulnerable, the rain turning her golden hair into a cascade of shadows. She looked small, fragile against the cathedral's looming presence. Panic surged within me, twisting my gut in an agonizing knot. "I'm here!" I shouted, straining to keep my voice steady. But the night swallowed my words, leaving only the echo of desperation hanging in the air. I could feel it, the weight of the choices we had made, the alliances forged and broken, the dance of enemies and friends. I remembered the pact we had made under the blood-red moon, the promises that now lay scattered like shards of glass. Every shard a betrayal, a lie wrapped in the guise of loyalty. And then there was Cedric. He emerged from the shadows, his face a mask of stormy conflict. His eyes, usually bright with mischief, were now clouded with something darker. "Aria," he called, urgency threading through his words, but I saw the hesitation flicker in him like a dying flame. He was torn, caught in the delicate web of loyalty and desire, the line between enemy and ally blurred by the weight of our shared past. I watched as Aria staggered toward him, each step a battle against the rain-soaked ground that seemed to conspire against her. "Cedric, we must go. They're coming." The words hung heavy in the air. I could feel the heat of their shared history, the moments carved from laughter and pain, secrets whispered under the stars. But now, in this moment, everything felt fragmented, splintered like the very ground beneath us. Cedric's gaze lingered on Aria, and I saw the conflict written in every line of his face. "Come with me," he urged, but it was more a plea than a command, and desperation seeped into his tone. He reached out, fingers trembling as they brushed against her arm, a connection laden with unfulfilled promises. And that's when it happened, the shadows descended. Figures emerged from the depths of the night, dark silhouettes brimming with malice, eyes glinting like knives in the dim light. My heart raced, a wild animal trapped within the confines of my ribcage. Panic clawed at my throat, but I couldn't let it consume me, not here, not now. "Run!" I screamed, the word bursting forth like a battle cry. In that moment, instinct took over. The once soft, playful camaraderie between us shattered into an urgent frenzy. We scattered, the three of us moving in different directions, our fate suddenly intertwined and yet utterly disparate. I could hear Arya's panicked breath, feel the chill of Cedric's fear, and I was swept into a chaos that felt all too familiar, yet deeply surreal. The ground thundered beneath our feet, a reminder of the weight of our choices, the echoes of laughter that had once filled this very space now replaced with heavy silence. I darted through the shadows, heart pounding, the rain now a relentless barrage against my skin, each droplet a reminder of how easily everything could wash away, our friendship, our trust, even our lives. But the shadows pursued, relentless and hungry. I could sense their whispers, taunts woven into the fabric of the night. You thought you could escape, they seemed to hiss, and with every step I took, I felt the cold grip of regret tightening around my throat. I remembered moments, fleeting glances shared across crowded rooms, laughter that echoed against the walls of memory. But betrayal is a bitter pill, easy to swallow yet heavy in the gut. I caught sight of Arya, her face lit by the flickering light of a distant lantern, her eyes wide with fear but also something else, determination. She would fight, I knew that. And yet, Cedric stood still, a statue caught between fleeing the danger and protecting what little hope we had left. The shadows surged, a tide of darkness crashing against our fragile sanctuary. And there was no time to think, no room for hesitation. I felt the tether of our shared past pulling me back, the weight of our alliances and enmities colliding, forging a complex tapestry of loyalty that threatened to unravel. "Arya, now!" I shouted, but my voice was drowned by the thunder of footsteps closing in. There was no turning back. I remembered the stories of heroes and monsters, the battles fought for hearts and dreams. But this was different, we were not heroes. We were just three souls, intertwined and vulnerable, standing against the shadows that threatened to swallow us whole. And so we ran, each heartbeat a reminder of what we fought for, each breath a defiance against the dark. Shadows danced at the edges of our vision, whispering of betrayal, longing, and the price of dreams. We were allies forged in heartache, enemies of fate, and in that moment, we were everything and nothing all at once. In the chaos, I glimpsed the truth that had eluded us. The heart knows its allies, but it also knows its enemies. And as the world around us blurred, a chilling realization settled in, the real battle was not out there in the night, but within each of us. For every pulse of adrenaline, every surge of fear, was a heartbeat echoing the fragility of connection, the risk of love intertwined with the specter of loss. So we ran, and with every step, I prayed we wouldn't lose ourselves along the way. The clock ticked, each second a countdown to oblivion. The air was thick, stifling, as if the very walls of the room were closing in, whispering secrets of failure and dread. I stood there, heart pounding, feeling the weight of every unspoken word, every unmet expectation, pressing down like a leaden shroud. I could hear the faint rustle of paper, the summoning letter, my name scrawled in elegant calligraphy, an instruction wrapped in chains. "You must be perfect." It echoed in my mind, a mantra turned curse. Across the dimly lit room, Myra stood frozen, her face a canvas of despair. She cradled a delicate porcelain cup, trembling hands threatening to shatter it against the floor. "What if I can't do it?" she whispered, her voice quivering under the weight of that question. I wanted to scream at her, to shake her out of her paralysis. "Then you're just like me," I thought, but the words caught in my throat, tangled in the fear that clung to us both. The shadows danced like ghosts around us, flickering in the candlelight, casting their ominous glow over our fears. My chest tightened with memories, moments where I had let down myself, my family, the world that spun with expectations that were never mine to bear. I remembered the laughter that echoed in my childhood home, now a ghostly reminder of simpler days. Yet with every laugh, a weight had been added to my shoulders, each smile a silent promise to become something extraordinary. Myra's gaze shifted, darting toward a window that overlooked the endless expanse of city lights, tiny stars flickering in an urban cosmos. "Do you think they're watching?" she asked, her breath hitching. "Do you think they can see us?" The question hung in the air, thickening it with anxiety. I imagined them, faceless figures beyond the glass, their eyes boring into us, judging, weighing our worth against their ideals. "Who?" I asked, though I knew. "Who are they?" She turned back, those hazel eyes wide with a blend of fear and defiance. Everyone. The world. My parents. The ones who expect me to be perfect. That word, perfect, coiled around us like a serpent, squeezing tighter with each heartbeat. I could feel the sting of my own inadequacies rising to the surface, raw and unhealed. Perfection is a lie, I finally said, my voice cracking like dry earth underfoot. It's a ghost that haunts us, always just out of reach. Myra's lips pursed, fighting against the tide of despair that threatened to drown her. But if we don't strive for it, what do we have? The fragility in her tone pierced my heart. I stepped closer, the distance between us collapsing under the weight of unsaid truths. What if we fail? Her response was a whisper, a ghost of hope. What if we don't? But we both knew the truth was more complicated. The ticking clock mocked us, each second a reminder of the looming confrontation with our own demons. I thought of my brother, a bright star extinguished too soon, consumed by the very expectations we now battled. His absence loomed like a specter, haunting our conversations, reminding us of the stakes involved. Do you remember the night he left? I ventured, heart racing under the weight of nostalgia and grief. The way he laughed at our foolish dreams. Myra nodded, tears pooling in the corners of her eyes. He always believed in us. But what if we can't live up to the dreams he painted for us? That question hung heavily, a stone cast into the depths of our shared grief. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing in the silence. Her gaze dropped to the floor, and I could see the battle within her, a war of longing against the oppressive weight of expectation. I remember became our refrain, a mantra to conjure strength. I remember when we were young, when it was easy to dream, to laugh, to hope. The memories unfolded like petals, each revealing a brighter past, a stark contrast to the dark clouds looming above. But as nostalgia washed over us, the shadows loomed larger, closing in on our fragile resolve. I caught a glimpse of myself in the window's reflection, a haunted version of who I once was, a girl drowning beneath the weight of what was expected, who was expected to be. The world is a cold place, I murmured, and it never stops demanding. Then let's give them something real, Myra proposed, her voice steadier now. Something raw. A glimmer of defiance sparked within me, igniting a flame against the encroaching darkness. Real, I echoed, tasting the word on my tongue like a secret weapon. I took a deep breath. Real is messy. Real is heartache. Real is freedom, she countered fiercely, the fire in her eyes flaring to life. Suddenly, the ticking clock became a drumbeat, urging us forward. The moment felt alive, electric. I reached out, grasping her hand, and we stood together, defying the weight of our burdens. We are not just our expectations, I said, my voice rising. We are our struggles, our failures, and our truths. The shadows seemed to shift, retreating momentarily as a glimmer of hope pierced through. We were not alone in this battle, our shared fears bound us, intertwining our souls in a tapestry of resilience. I remember, Myra whispered, squeezing my hand tighter. I remember when I thought I couldn't. But now, the confrontation was coming, and with it, the chance to confront the specters of our past and the crushing expectations that had held us captive. Together, we would face the world, our broken dreams laid bare. As the clock ticked on, I felt the weight of expectations begin to falter, trembling under the strength of our resolve. The burden was still there, but it no longer felt insurmountable. I could see the path ahead, dimly lit yet undeniably ours. Hand in hand, we would carve out our place in this world, shadows and all, refusing to be defined by what others demanded. And in that moment, surrounded by the encroaching darkness and the echoes of our past, we breathed in the possibility of what it meant to be truly alive. The journey was far from over, but we would face it together, unyielding against the weight of expectations. The lights flickered, shadows danced in the corners, and the air crackled with the unsaid. A clock ticked in the distance, each second a drumbeat of fate. I stood there, heart racing, pulse thrumming like a relentless drum, staring at the door where she would appear. I could still hear my mother's voice echoing through the dark recesses of my mind, every choice we make, a thread pulled tight in the tapestry of time. Those words haunted me as the world teetered on the brink of chaos. When the door slammed open, it felt like thunder clapping in the still silence. There she was, Myra, her face pale, eyes wild, like a storm had swept through her very spirit. And behind her, shadows loomed, threats made flesh. "They're coming, Lucas! We have to go!" Her voice was a whip crack, urgent, raw. I wanted to tell her it would be okay, but inside, I felt the churning dread, a tide pulling me under. I remember the moment we first met, the laughter that spilled from her lips, the way the sun caught her hair, igniting something deep within me. But that was before the whispers began, before the threads morphed into knots that bound us to an inescapable fate. "If we don't leave now," she trailed off, her breath hitching, a gasp caught in the web of her own fears. "Damn it, Myra," I shouted, my voice a jagged edge. "What did you do?" I wanted to shake her, to force the truth from her, but I could see it in her eyes. The shadows of her choices loomed larger than life, darker than anything I could have imagined. I tried to change it. "Just a little," she stammered, her words unspooling like a ball of yarn, tangled and frayed. "But they know. They always know." The terror seeped into the very marrow of my bones. How had she not seen the warning signs? The whispers in the wind that carried the scent of lost souls? Behind her, the darkness shifted, a figure emerging, eyes like coals, burning with a ferocity that sent chills crawling up my spine. It was him, the weaver of fate, the one who spun the threads of our existence. "You cannot escape what is destined, child," he intoned, voice like thunder rolling across a stormy sky. "You tampered with time, and now it seeks its wrath." I could feel the weight of inevitability pressing down on me, each heartbeat a reminder of the choices we made. I wanted to scream, to push back against the currents of fate, but how does one fight against something that feels so intrinsic, so woven into the fabric of who we are? "Myra!" I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat. And then, in a moment of clarity, I remembered her laughter, her dreams, the warmth between us. She wasn't just a thread in my life, she was the very needle stitching my heart to the reality I desperately wanted to cling to. "We can fix this," I pleaded, grabbing her shoulders, feeling the tremors of her fear pulse through me. But her eyes were glazed, lost in a fog of regret. "I can't go back, Lucas." I thought, her voice broke, and I hated the way it felt like jagged glass cutting through the fragile hope building up inside me. I thought maybe this time, the unspoken darkness loomed larger, wrapping its tendrils around her, around us both. Time slipped through my fingers, a relentless tide. I could see the clock on the wall, its hand spinning wildly, mocking us. "You can't let it end like this," I said, my voice dropping to a whisper. "You can't let them win." Every word felt heavy, drowning in the weight of despair, but I had to be her anchor. I had to believe. The figure stepped closer, a smile stretching across his lips, an abyss of darkness behind it. "You think love can conquer fate? How quaint." The derision dripped from his voice, sharp and cutting. "You play with threads you do not understand." Myra shivered beside me, but in that moment, something ignited within her. "What if we don't play by your rules?" She straightened, defiance sparking in her eyes. "What if we weave our own destiny?" The words hung in the air, daring, challenging the very foundation of what we knew. I felt my heart stall. Could she really mean it? The thought was a tug against my very essence, a whisper of hope threading through the despair. "You're insane," I breathed, a mix of fear and exhilaration coursing through me. "Maybe," she replied, a fierce grin breaking through the pallor of her face. "But we can't let fear dictate our choices any longer." The shadows loomed closer, but she was a flame, fierce and flickering, ready to burn bright. And in that moment, I felt it, the connection, the electricity in the air. We were not just players in some cosmic game, we were the weavers, our hands trembling over the loom of fate. Together, I whispered, the word trembling with unyielding power. And before the darkness could wrap around us, we surged forward, hearts pounding, breathless. We were defiance, we were hope, we were the very threads binding us to a future unraveled and reborn. Fate would not decide our end. As we raced toward the door, the shadows reached for us, but I could feel the fabric of destiny shifting beneath our feet. We were not just running from the darkness, we were stepping into the light of possibility. Each step was a beat of rebellion, a heartbeat echoing through the cosmos. Together, we chanted, our voices rising above the chaos, intertwining like the very threads of our existence. The weaver's laughter faded, a hollow echo swallowed by the pulse of our resolve. A low rumble shakes the ground beneath their feet, a sound like the world cracking apart. They stand frozen, hearts pounding like war drums in a silent battlefield. The darkness swallows them, thick and suffocating, but within that void, a flicker of light struggles to exist, a candle flickering against a storm. Lila's breath catches in her throat. She remembers laughter, how vibrant it once was, like a river dancing under the sun. But now, that laughter is a distant memory, buried beneath layers of grief and betrayal. She glances to her left at Marcus, his face a mask of desperation, eyes darting like frightened animals, searching for an escape. The shadows wrap around them, the night heavy with the weight of secrets too terrible to bear. I can't do this, he whispers, voice cracking. I can't face them again. But it's not just them he fears. No, it's himself, the man he's become. Each heartbeat echoes with guilt, a relentless reminder of choices made in desperation, the moment he turned his back on everything that mattered. Lila sees it etched in the lines on his forehead, the way his fists clench and unclench, a silent battle against demons only he can see. Marcus, she says, the name barely a whisper, barely a plea. You have to dig deeper. We can't let them take us. We can't. Shadows creep closer, whispering promises of despair. The air is electric with tension, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. Memories flood her mind, morphing into ghosts that haunt her. The laughter, the joy, the warmth of a sun-soaked day spent lying on grass, dreaming of futures that now seem impossible. Do you remember the park? Lila's voice trembles, a fragile thread pulling them back from the brink. When the cherry blossoms fell like confetti, and we thought nothing could touch us. He nods, a slight movement that feels like a lifetime of grief compressed into a single breath. I remember, his voice breaks, the weight of their shared memories almost crushing him. And then, the shadows shift, morphing into something more substantial. Figures emerge, cloaked in darkness, eyes gleaming with malice. Lila feels the chill of fear creep up her spine, cold and jagged like shards of glass. We have to run, she urges, but the words come out as a plea, laced with the desperation of a drowning woman grasping for air. No, we fight, Marcus replies, determination hardening in his voice like steel. I've run from them long enough. I need to face my demons, not just for me, but for you. The courage in his voice ignites something within her, a spark, a flicker of hope. She feels her own heart swell, the realization that this is not just a battle against the darkness outside, but the darkness within. Then let's do it together, she breathes, feeling the pulse of something greater than fear, something bright and fierce. They stand shoulder to shoulder, unified against the encroaching shadows. The figures advance, and for a moment, Lila sees them clearly, their faces twisted with rage, memories of betrayal surfacing like poison. But she also sees something else, the faint outlines of their own pasts, interwoven with threads of regret and sorrow. As they charge forward, the ground shifts beneath them, reality bending as she feels the energy coalesce, a force of raw emotion, potent and electric. She remembers the late-night talks, the whisper of dreams shared in the darkness, the warmth of hands clasped tightly. Lila? Marcus shouts, pulling her from the brink of despair. She locks eyes with him, a silent promise forged in the fires of their suffering. Together. In that moment, everything shifts. The shadows waver, flickering like candle flames in a tempest. Lila feels something awaken within her, an inner strength she thought was lost forever. It surges through her veins, coursing like wildfire, igniting the very core of her being. They charge forward, hearts cinched in a rhythm that drowns out the chaos around them. The darkness recoils as if struck, and she knows they are not just fighting for survival, they are reclaiming their lives, their hopes, their very essence. The confrontation is visceral, a clash of light and shadow, of hope and despair. Echoes of their past scream in her ears, but Lila presses on, driven by the roar of her heartbeat. Memories twist and turn, mingling with the present. Each step forward is a step away from the ghosts that haunt them. "Remember the fireflies?" she yells over the chaos, the memory bursting forth like a beacon. "When we chased them through the field, laughing until we cried." His laughter is a balm against the darkness. "I remember. They were like stars." And it is in that moment of laughter, even amidst chaos, that they find their strength. The shadows falter, giving way to the light they wield together. It is raw, unfiltered, and alive, a testament to their resilience, their fight against despair. But even as they push forward, a whisper lingers in the air, a reminder that the battle is far from over. The shadows retreat, but they still linger, lurking just out of sight, waiting for a moment of weakness. And deep down, Lila knows that this transformation is not the end, but a beginning, an awakening to the battles still ahead, the scars that will never fully heal. "I know it's not over," she murmurs, gripping Marcus's hand tighter. "But we'll face it together." "Yes," he replies, steely resolve etching itself into his features. "Together." And as they stand in the eerie twilight, shadows still whispering around them, the realization dawns: the journey to finding inner strength is a constant ebb and flow, a never-ending battle against the darkness that threatens to consume them. Their hearts beat as one, a pulse that reverberates through the night, a reminder that they are alive, together, unbroken. Yet, the chilling thought lingers, an uninvited ghost. What if the real battle hasn't even begun? In the distance, the echoes of their past beckon, a siren's call promising both danger and salvation. The clock ticks, relentless, as time spirals forward, unfolding, never-ending, an odyssey they are only just beginning to understand. The clock struck midnight with a sound that sliced through the silence like a knife, each chime echoing a heartbeat, threatening to unleash all the unspoken words that hung like fog in the air. I stood in the center of a darkened room, shadows dancing around me, their movements erratic and chaotic, much like the thoughts clawing at my mind. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down on my chest, squeezing with a ferocity that made it hard to breathe. This was the moment where despair met the flicker of hope, where everything teetered on the edge of oblivion. Across the room, Sarah's eyes glimmered like shards of broken glass, reflecting the pain we both carried. She was a tempest, a whirlwind of emotions that I couldn't tame. Her heart, once vibrant and steadfast, now trembled with the echoes of a love that had been consumed by the same darkness that enveloped us. The distance between us felt insurmountable, stretching infinitely, yet I could feel the magnetic pull of her presence, urging me to take a step closer, to bridge the chasm that had formed. "I can't keep doing this," she whispered, her voice cracking, a fragile thread pulling taut. Each word fell like lead, heavy and suffocating. I could see the memories flash behind her eyes, sunlit afternoons, laughter that rang like church bells, stolen kisses beneath the stars. Time was a thief, and it had stolen too much from us. I remembered the promises we made, the dreams we wove together, how love felt like an endless ocean, vast and unyielding. Time had turned it into a desert, arid and lifeless. In that moment, the air crackled with unspoken words, and I could feel the pressure building, a tempest waiting to erupt. I remember, I breathed, the words slipping out before I could contain them. I remember when love was easy. It was a confession, a plea wrapped in desperation. I wanted her to remember too, to see that glimmer of hope still clinging to the edges of our frayed bond. But the ghosts of our past loomed large, shadows that whispered doubts into the corners of our hearts. With each breath, I could feel them tightening their grip, reminding us of the scars that had marred our love. I had failed. I had faltered when she needed me most, lost in my own darkness, drowning in my insecurities and fears. The memories twisted like a knife, piercing deeper with every thought. Sarah turned away, a gesture filled with so much weight, as if she was carrying the entire universe on her shoulders. "Maybe it's better if we just let go," she said, the words spilling out like shards of glass, each one cutting deeper than the last. The room felt colder, the shadows growing darker, wrapping around her like a shroud. I could taste the bitterness in the air, the tang of tears that threatened to spill. I couldn't let this be the end. I wouldn't allow it. "No," I said, my voice rising, trembling with intensity. I refuse to believe that love is just a fading memory. The declaration hung in the air, raw and desperate, as I stepped toward her, closing the distance. We are not just shadows of who we used to be. We're still here, Sarah. We have to fight. We owe it to ourselves. Her eyes met mine, and I saw a flicker of something that resembled hope, a smoldering ember buried beneath layers of pain. But the fear was still there, lurking beneath the surface, a specter that had haunted us both. But what if we lose? What if we're not strong enough to turn the tide? Her voice cracked like thunder, threatening to drown us both in despair. I remembered the stories my grandmother used to tell me, tales of knights and dragons, of love conquering all, of hope rising from the ashes of despair. I was no knight, I had no sword, no shield. But I had my heart, raw and exposed, and I would wield it like a weapon. What if we fight and win? I countered, my heart pounding like a war drum in my chest. As if the universe conspired to emphasize my words, the lights flickered overhead, casting a strobe of shadows that danced wildly around us. I reached for her hand, feeling the electricity pulse between us, a connection that went beyond words. This was the spark, the flicker of hope that refused to be extinguished, a fragile but fierce flame that burned within. Sarah, I breathed, my voice softer now, filled with a vulnerability that echoed the truth. We're flawed, yes. We've made mistakes. But we are still worthy of love. We can redefine it. We can create new memories, ones that drown out the darkness. Her gaze searched mine, eyes wide, as if she were peering into the depths of my soul, seeking the truth that I so desperately wanted her to embrace. But what if it's not enough? The question hung in the air like a prayer. Then we'll fight some more, I replied, fire igniting in my chest. Love was never about perfection, it's about persistence. It's about the moments when you feel like you're losing and you choose to fight anyway. The words echoed in the air, a mantra pulsing with the rhythm of our hearts. Time felt suspended, the world around us fading, the shadows receding as the light of our unyielding hope pushed back against the darkness. I remembered the stars, how they burned fiercely in the vastness of the night, how they whispered promises of tomorrow even in the darkest of nights. I'll be your star, I murmured, and you be mine. We'll light up this world together. And in that heartbeat, that fragile moment, we began to rediscover love, a love that could rise from the ashes, powerful and unyielding. In the chaos of our despair, in the depths of our sorrow, we found the spark, the flicker of hope that dared to grow. It was then that I realized that every heartbeat, every breath, was just the beginning. The storm was far from over, it had only just begun. I remember the moment the air shifted, thick and electric, a strangled tension that wrapped itself around my throat like a noose. The moon loomed high, a pale sentinel watching over the chaos unfolding below. Shadows danced beneath the trees, playing tricks on my mind, teasing me with echoes of laughter and whispers of despair. It wasn't the dark I feared, but what lurked within it, the specters of my choices, clawing at the edges of my sanity. Psyche. The voice pierced through the silence, raw and desperate, a thunderclap in a quiet storm. Eros stood there, his eyes wild, brimming with the kind of anguish that bends the very fabric of a soul. You can't leave me like this. Not again. Each word struck like a dagger, and I felt the pulse of our shattered past surge between us, a tumultuous river of love and betrayal. I had known this day would come. The moment I stepped into that treacherous realm of the underworld, I thought I could wield power over fate itself. But fate doesn't bend, it breaks. My heart thudded in my chest, a desperate drumbeat reminding me of the stakes. I could almost hear the clock ticking, each second a reminder of time slipping away, of choices that could either bind us or shatter us for eternity. Eros, I hesitated, the weight of unspoken words sinking in. Could words even suffice for the chaos inside me, the swirling tempest of doubt and desire? I saw the flicker of hope in his eyes, a fragile flame fighting against the wind, and I wanted to reach out, to pull him close and whisper that everything would be okay. But I knew better. I had tasted the bitterness of hope turned sour before. What will it take? His voice cracked, a jagged edge that cut through my resolve. What do I have to do to make you see? I looked away, the world around us fading into a blur of colors and muffled sounds. I remembered the first time I felt his touch, a spark igniting the darkness within me, a light in the depths of despair. It was a sweet agony, this love that had danced between us, a tantalizing torment that left me breathless. But now, it felt like a shackle, binding me to a fate I didn't choose. "Everything feels so heavy," I whispered, my breath catching in my throat. "I can't carry it anymore." The weight of the gods hung on my shoulders, and the abyss whispered promises of release. I had navigated through the shadows of doubt, torn between the life I craved and the life I was destined to lead. "Then let me help you." His desperation clawed at me, urging me to believe. "Psyche, you don't have to fight this alone." But the truth was, I had already fought my demons too many times. I had faced the shadows that seeped through the cracks of my heart, and they were relentless. I felt the cold grip of memories wrap around me, a vision of our love, bathed in starlight, before it all went dark. The way he laughed, the way the world faded away when he held me close. But with that warmth came the gnawing truth: love is not enough. It never is. I glanced over at him, at the flicker of light in his eyes, and I knew it was time to confront the darkness that lay ahead. I had to face the ghosts of our pasts, the memories that haunted me like shadows at dusk. The choices I had made, each one a step into a labyrinth, twisting and turning, drawing me deeper into despair. "Eros," I sighed, feeling the weight of his gaze, demanding and searching. "I need to find redemption. Not just for me, but for us." The air crackled with unspoken truths, a heavy silence that felt almost suffocating. I could see the shadows on his face deepen, the panic rising like smoke in his eyes, and I knew that what I was asking could tear us apart. "I can't lose you again," he pleaded, his voice a raw, aching whisper. "Don't leave me in this darkness." But there it was, the truth lay bare between us, I was already lost. I had made my choices, and now, the consequences were here, waiting to consume us both. The shadows of my past beckoned like old friends, promising solace in surrender, yet I could feel the flames of hope flickering within my heart, refusing to be extinguished. Suddenly, the ground beneath us trembled, a rumble of fate shifting, the air thick with tension as if the cosmos itself was holding its breath. I felt the pull of the abyss, a siren call that whispered sweet promises of peace. My heart raced, each beat a frantic call to arms against the darkness. I had to confront it. I had to face the truth of who I was, who we were. Together, I finally said, the word a fragile thread that tied us in the moment: "We can fight." "I won't let go of you, Eros." The moon hung above us, a witness to our pain, our love, and our impending battle. Shadows flickered in the corners of my mind, taunting me with visions of failure and despair. But the fire within me surged, a roaring flame igniting every corner of my soul. I took a step forward, feeling the ground solidify beneath my feet, the echoes of our past weaving together into a tapestry of hope and fear. This was our moment of reckoning, the bridge between love and loss. And then, in that heartbeat of uncertainty, I understood. Redemption wasn't a destination, it was a journey through the dark, hand in hand with the one who set fire to my heart. As the shadows gathered, ready to strike, I felt Eros's hand slip into mine, a lifeline in the swirling darkness. Together, we would face the storm, together, we would find our way home. With a surge of resolve, I stepped into the abyss, ready to battle the demons that awaited. The night deepened, but so did our determination. With every heartbeat echoing in the silence, we plunged into the unknown, ready to reclaim our fate, whatever it may hold. The wind howled through the desolate alley, a mournful cry that cut through the night like a knife, whispering secrets of things long buried. I stood frozen, heart racing, as the shadows danced along the cobblestone, flickering beneath the dim light of an old lamppost that flickered like a dying star. This was the moment, the one that twisted everything I thought I knew about love and loss, regret and desire. I glanced sideways, catching a glimpse of Lila, her eyes wide and haunted, the way a wounded animal's would be, filled with fear yet fiercely alive. She clutched a frayed scarf around her neck, the scent of jasmine still clinging to the fabric, a ghost of what it had once represented. "They say the winds carry messages," she whispered, her voice trembling, barely audible over the cacophony of the storm. What if they're right? I wanted to laugh, to scoff at the absurdity of it all, but the air thickened with an energy that pressed against my chest, suffocating and electric. A shiver raced down my spine. Memories cascaded around me, shimmering like shooting stars, our first kiss beneath a willow tree, laughter spilling like wine, the way her hand fit against mine as if it had always belonged there. But then shadows crept in, betrayal, silence, the way her voice cracked when she said goodbye, leaving a chasm where love once flourished. Lila, I hesitated, my own heart a battlefield. I remember the way you used to look at me, as if I held the universe in my hands. I could hear the desperate hope in my voice, a plea wrapped in pain. What if we could find those pieces again? What if we could? A gust of wind interrupted, sweeping through the alley, carrying with it the echoes of laughter and screams, promises broken and whispered wishes. It roared, a tempest of forgotten dreams, and suddenly, the night felt alive, alive with ghosts of the past. I felt a presence, something lurking just beyond the edge of perception, and I could see it in Lila's eyes. She felt it too, the weight of unspoken words hanging between us, heavy like the storm clouds above. Don't, she murmured, her voice breaking. Please, don't bring that back. We can't, but the wind was relentless, swirling memories around us, the scent of roses intermingling with something darker, a hint of ash, of sorrow. My heart hammered against my ribcage as if trying to break free. I had to tell her. I was never. The crack of thunder split the sky, a sharp reminder of the tempest I could no longer ignore. It was in that moment I saw Caleb emerge from the shadows, his silhouette framed by the flickering lamppost. He was the storm incarnate, raw and turbulent, a chaos that drew me in and pushed me away all at once. The embodiment of confusion, guilt, and something far more dangerous, a longing that tore at the edges of my mind. I thought of his laughter, how it rang like bells at dawn, how it could drown out the darkness. But the laughter was gone, replaced by the sharpness of his gaze, the way it pierced through the chaos and landed squarely on Lila. You shouldn't be here, he said, the words dripping with an intensity that sent chills racing down my spine. Lila flinched, stepping back as if the very air around us crackled with unsteady electricity. I came to find answers, she said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. We deserve answers. But what answers could we possibly find when the winds had already whispered their truth? I could see it in Caleb's clenched fists, see it in the way the shadows seemed to coil around him, tightening like a noose. You think this is about answers? He spat, fury igniting the air. This is about choices, about betrayal. I felt the words strike like daggers. They echoed in my mind, every heartbeat a reminder of decisions made in the heat of passion and despair. We were young, I said, desperate, my voice cracking. We didn't know, but we should have. Caleb's rage was palpable, a dark storm brewing beneath the surface. The wind howled louder, as if fueled by our anguish, carrying our confessions into the night. You think we can just walk away from this, like it was nothing? Like our hearts weren't tangled together in this web of lies. At that moment, the world around us faded, just the three of us, entwined in a vortex of emotion, of memories clawing at my chest. I looked at Lila, her face a mixture of defiance and sorrow, and then back at Caleb, whose very existence was a reminder of all that had been lost. I remember, I whispered, the weight of regret settling into the marrow of my bones. I remember the way it felt to hold you both, to be alive in the chaos of our love. But even as the words spilled from my lips, I knew that love had turned into something darker, something twisted within the echoes of our past choices. The wind picked up again, howling like a banshee, as if warning us, begging us to confront the truth swirling around us. And then, in a heartbeat, it shifted, the atmosphere thickening, the air heavy with unspoken declarations. What if the winds are right? Lila asked, eyes shining with both fear and resolve. What if they carry our signs from Eros? And this was the precipice, the moment that would define us. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down as the storm raged on, our fears and hopes coiling like smoke in the air. Then let's listen, I said, my voice barely above a whisper, yet echoing with the intensity of 1,000 unsaid words. Let's listen to what they have to say. As the wind screamed around us, I steeled myself for the confrontation that lay ahead, the battle for our hearts, for closure, for the possibility of redemption. Because in the silence that followed, beneath the shadows and the weight of our regrets, I could feel a flicker of something, a distant whisper of hope. And hope, I realized, could be just as spine-chilling as the darkest storm. The air crackled, raw with tension, as I stood at the edge of an abyss. Behind me, shadows danced like whispers, mocking me with the echo of my heart pounding against my ribs. In front, a barren landscape stretched out, a wasteland of fractured promises and unbearable silence. The moon hung low, a silver crescent, jagged and cruel, casting a ghostly light over Psyche, trembling beneath the weight of her challenges. Her eyes, twin pools of despair, met mine, a silent scream that pierced my soul. "I can't do this," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread in the heavy night. The moment hung between us, pregnant with fear, suffocating in the absence of hope. Not without him. With a shuddering breath, I felt the bitterness of my own failures wash over me. I was no hero, just a soul tangled in my own complexities, wanting too much, fearing everything. I had watched her plight, helpless and paralyzed, while love turned to ash in our throats. "But you must, Psyche. You must face the darkness to reach the light." Light. Her laugh was jagged, like broken glass. What light? Every time I think I've found him, the shadows deepen. It's a mocking game the gods play. The words hung in the air, twisting like smoke, taunting us both. Eros, her beloved, was lost to her, bound by an unyielding curse. A curse not of his making, but a consequence of their love, a love deemed too pure, too bright for the heavens to allow. And here we were, trapped in this relentless cycle of trials that sought to strip her bare, to break her spirit and twist her heart into a frayed knot. I recalled the moment she first spoke of Eros, a memory etched in the fabric of my mind like a tattoo, her face glowing with joy, laughter bubbling like a brook. "He's the light of my life," she had said, and I had felt an ache for that love that burned as brightly as the sun, yet cast shadows darker than night. Now, as Psyche stood trembling, cloaked in uncertainty, I could see the ghosts of her hopes flickering in her eyes. The darkness was alive, a swirling mist of ancient fears and haunting visions that promised no solace. And I was powerless to shield her. "Each trial is a mirror, showing you the depths of your heart," I urged, stepping closer. "You won't just face the monsters outside, you'll confront the ones within." The words felt hollow on my tongue, a desperate attempt to spark a flicker of courage in her chest. The wind howled, an anguished wail echoing through the night, as if the very cosmos conspired against us. Psyche's hands trembled at her sides, and my own heart mirrored her turmoil. "What if I fail?" she asked, her voice barely breaking through the din of despair. "Then you rise again," I said, each word a lifeline thrown into the churning sea of her doubt. "You rise again and again until the world bends to your will." But even I could hear the uncertainty in my voice, the tremor that betrayed my conviction. A flash of movement caught my eye, and suddenly, the shadows coalesced into forms, monstrous, grotesque, an amalgamation of every fear she held. They lunged forward, tendrils reaching, grasping at her soul. I could see them now, the doubts, the insecurities, all manifesting as nightmarish creatures that danced at the edges of her courage. "Psyche!" I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat. "Face them! They are born of your mind. They have no power over you." But her gaze was lost in the horror that surrounded her, the shadows whispering cruel truths. "You are not enough," they hissed. "You will never be enough. He will never love you again." Each word struck her like a blow, a shattering reminder of the monstrous reality she faced. "I remember when love felt like a warm embrace," she said, her voice breaking, tears streaming down her cheeks like rain on parched earth. "Now it feels like a chain, binding me to this torment." I stepped forward, defiant against the growing tide of despair. "You have more strength than you know, Psyche. You are not defined by your fears. You are love itself, and love is never lost." With a resolve that trembled but did not break, she lifted her chin, as if challenging the fates that sought to consume her. "I will not let them take me. I will fight." And in that moment, the shadows recoiled, their grip on her loosening, as if recognizing that she had found a flicker of light within. But with every step toward courage, the challenges loomed larger, the trials more formidable. The air thickened with anticipation, electric, heavy with the scent of impending confrontation. Each trial will test your resolve, your heart, I warned, my voice a low rumble in the stillness. But know this, the greatest challenge lies not before you, but within. Do not turn from the pain, embrace it. Only then can you rise. As she faced the darkness, I saw the flicker of defiance light her eyes, a flame igniting against the cold embrace of doubt. I will find him, she vowed, the determination in her voice striking like a bell through the silence. I will face whatever comes, and I will emerge. With a sudden rush, the shadows surged forward again, but this time they were met with something fierce and unyielding. Psyche stepped into the chaos, a warrior forged from love and despair, ready to reclaim her heart from the abyss. And as the darkness crashed against her, I felt the earth shift beneath us, the universe holding its breath, caught in the tension of what was to come. Time stretched, the moments slipping through our fingers like grains of sand, each heartbeat a reminder that we were on the precipice of something monumental, a collision of love and fear, hope and despair. I stood at the edge, heart racing, breath caught in my throat. Would she conquer her trials, or would the darkness swallow her whole? The answer hung in the air, tantalizing and elusive, as Psyche braced herself against the storm. The trials awaited, fierce and unrelenting, and in this moment, I understood, we were all soulmates in the struggle against our own shadows, bound by the intensity of love, fear, and the indomitable spirit that lay within. The clock struck midnight, but the air crackled with a tension that begged for release. Shadows danced across cracked walls, whispering secrets of dreams unfulfilled, hopes long extinguished. I stood in the center of the room, my heart racing like a drum in the silence, the faint sound of ticking echoing in my ears. The walls closed in, painted in muted grays, each corner holding a fragment of a memory I couldn't quite grasp but felt shudder in my bones. This was where she had said goodbye, where love twisted into something dark, sharp, and unyielding. I remember the night it all fell apart, her breath, warm and cinnamon-spiced, mingling with the coolness of early autumn. I remember her laughter, bright as the moonlight spilling through the window, casting a silver glow that danced across her features. A fleeting glimpse of joy, now a spectre haunting my every thought. You'll be fine, she had said, her voice a melody that lingered long after she vanished into the night, leaving behind echoes of promises dissolving in the dark. And then there was Thomas. Always lurking in the shadows of his own mind, a storm brewing just beneath the surface of his calm demeanor. The man was a paradox, so close to me, yet so painfully distant. I could feel his turmoil, a restless energy that pulsed with every heartbeat. He was my mirror, reflecting the fractures in my soul, a reminder of what I had lost. You can't save everyone, he whispered one evening as we stared into the abyss of the city below, neon lights flickering like fading stars in a polluted sky. You can't even save yourself. His words hung heavy in the air, ghostly reminders of the things we were both too afraid to face. I remember the way he looked at me, eyes a tempest of blue, swirling with secrets and regrets. There was something both comforting and terrifying about his gaze, like staring into the depths of the ocean. You could lose yourself, drown in its mystery. I felt drawn to him, yet terrified to take a step forward. What if I slipped? What if I drowned? The night stretched out, sharp and jagged, the screams of the city muffled by the endless void we created around ourselves. I glanced at the clock again, its hands moving with a deliberate cruelty, mocking my inability to grasp time. It felt as though the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for us to take the plunge, to confront the demons lurking just beyond the reach of our consciousness. I could almost hear them, whispering our names, promising salvation with one hand while wielding a dagger in the other. Thomas shifted beside me, breaking the spell. Do you ever dream? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid the night would steal his words away. About what you could have done differently. The question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I felt the weight of it, pressing down on my chest, squeezing the breath from my lungs. I nodded, unable to form the words, my mind racing through a million possibilities. The faces of those I had loved flashed before me, each one a ghost, each one a reminder of the love I had let slip between my fingers like sand. "I dream of her," I finally said, my voice trembling. "Every night. She comes to me and smiles, but her eyes, they're hollow. Like she knows something I don't." I could feel the heat rising in my cheeks, the vulnerability clawing at me. We were baring our souls, peeling back layers of hurt and longing, exposing the raw flesh beneath. "I can't wake up without her." Thomas's gaze softened, and for a moment, the walls of our shared despair felt like they might crumble. "We're haunted by our choices," he murmured, reaching out to brush his fingers against mine, a fleeting connection that sent shivers down my spine. "But we can't let them define us." I wanted to scream, to tell him that our choices were our chains, binding us to the past, to the grief we were too scared to confront. I wanted to pull away, afraid of the closeness, terrified of the comfort he offered. But instead, I found myself leaning closer, the warmth of his skin igniting something dormant within me. Could it be possible? Could he be the spark that reignited the flame? The city outside was alive, a pulsing heart of chaos and despair, a symphony of dreams interwoven with nightmares. I could hear the sirens, the distant laughter echoing through the alleys, the soft sobs of those lost in their own battles. It was a tapestry of existence, all woven together in this strange, beautiful, haunting dance. What if we could change it all? I whispered, the words feathering between us, fragile yet potent. Thomas's eyes darkened, shadowed with thoughts too heavy to speak. "We can't rewrite the past," he replied, the rawness in his voice a mirror of my own pain. "But maybe we can learn to dream a different dream." The air thickened, charged with unspoken words, a palpable tension electrifying the space between us. The clock continued its relentless march, each tick echoing the truth we both feared to acknowledge. We were standing at the precipice, a vast chasm yawning beneath us, the unknown stretching endlessly into the void. Heart racing, I took a breath, feeling the weight of possibility and dread mingling in my chest. The world around us faded, the sounds of the city blurring into a distant hum. It was just the two of us now, wrapped in the shadows of our own making, suspended in a moment that bore the weight of eternity. And in that heartbeat, something shifted. The boundaries blurred, the fears melted, and for the first time, I dared to imagine a different ending. A world where love could heal, where dreams could intertwine with reality. A world where I could stand, unbroken, beside him, ready to face whatever lay ahead. But the night was still young, the clock still ticking, and the city still whispered its dark secrets. The confrontation awaited us, a tempest brewing just out of sight, a storm that promised to break the fragile calm. We had only just begun to scratch the surface of our chaos, the dreams and visions that would either bind us together or tear us apart. The echoes of our hearts intertwined, and in that moment, I realized, this was only the beginning. The clock struck midnight, its chime slicing through the oppressive silence like a knife. In the heart of the labyrinth, the shadows whispered secrets, twisting and curling around the edges of my mind. My heart pounded like a war drum, each thump a reminder of the choices that led me here. Desire wrapped around me, a shimmering veil that both beckoned and repelled. I could feel its fingers tracing my skin as I stood at the precipice of temptation. I remember Sarah's laughter, a melody that danced through the air and tangled itself with my thoughts, pulling me deeper into this maze. She stood just beyond the threshold, the flickering light casting an ethereal glow on her face. But in that moment, she wasn't just a woman, she was the embodiment of everything I craved, a siren singing sweet promises that echoed in the cavern of my soul. I could see the challenge in her eyes, a daring spark that ignited a fire within me. Would I leap forward into the unknown, or would I cling to the shadows of safety? Then there was Marcus, my best friend, my anchor. Yet, even in his presence, I felt the weight of betrayal hovering like a dark cloud. He stood beside me, his hands trembling slightly, betraying the calm facade he tried so hard to maintain. "You can't go in there," he whispered, voice thick with urgency. But his plea only fueled the storm within me. I could see him wrestling with his own demons, torn between fear and loyalty, love and jealousy. I could feel the electric tension crackling between us, a taut string ready to snap. The labyrinth pulsed with life, each turn a heartbeat, each corner a gasp. The walls, damp and cold, seemed to absorb our fears, our desires, whispering back to us in a language we could not understand. I took a step forward, driven by a force that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. I wanted to taste the sweetness of that forbidden fruit, to drown in the chaos of passion, even as the shadows loomed larger and darker. "Remember what happened last time?" Marcus's voice broke through my haze, a jagged edge against the silk of the moment. "We can't go through this again." But his words only fueled the fire burning in my chest. I wanted to scream, to tell him that desire doesn't care about the past, that it's a ravenous beast, insatiable and relentless. The air thickened, charged with an energy that felt almost alive. I could feel it whispering in my ear, pulling me deeper into the labyrinthine paths. The walls seemed to close in, yet I was drawn forward, a moth to the flame. "I remember," I whispered, memories swirling around me, flickers of laughter, stolen kisses, and the taste of regret. I remember the way she looked at me like I was the only person in the world. Sarah was there, her silhouette shimmering against the backdrop of shadows, her voice a haunting echo. "You should have chosen me," she said, a statement wrapped in seduction and sorrow. "But you let fear guide you." Her words struck me like lightning, illuminating the path I had avoided for too long. Every step I took was a step away from the safety of the known and into the abyss of my longing. I could feel Marcus flanking me, the weight of his presence an anchor and a chain. He too had loved her, had tasted that heady mix of desire and despair. The labyrinth twisted around us, as if the very walls were listening, eager to consume our secrets. "Don't let her pull you in," he warned, his voice a desperate plea, but his eyes betrayed him, glistening with a mix of fear and longing, as if the allure of the labyrinth was a drug he too craved. I hesitated, caught in the web of our intertwined desires. "But what if I want to be lost?" The word slipped from my lips unguarded, a confession that echoed in the air. The truth hung between us, sharp and cruel. The labyrinth offered no easy answers, only the promise of temptation, a promise that shimmered like a mirage, both alluring and treacherous. The silence that followed was deafening, a void filled with unspoken truths and forgotten dreams. I could see the flicker of doubt in Marcus's eyes, the struggle between friendship and the dark whisper of desire. "You don't know what you're asking for," he finally said, his voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid the walls themselves would turn against us. But I was already moving, drawn forward by an unseen force, every heartbeat a drum roll for the chaos to come. The labyrinth loomed ahead, dark and inviting. I could almost hear the echoes of laughter, the promise of moments yet to be lived. I stepped into the darkness, feeling the weight of the world behind me, but the pull of what lay ahead was too strong. In the distance, I saw her, a flicker of light in the darkness, a beacon of everything I yearned for. The labyrinth shifted, reshaped itself around me, twisting my reality into something unrecognizable. I could feel the air thicken with unspoken desires, the walls breathing with regret and longing. Every step pulled me deeper, every breath I took tasted of fear and freedom, and I wondered if I would ever find my way out, or if I even wanted to. "Sarah!" My voice echoed, a desperate cry that reverberated through the labyrinth, mingling with the shadows that danced around me, beckoning me closer. The maze tightened, the pressure mounting, and I could feel the distance between us closing, yet the clarity of what I wanted remained elusive, like smoke slipping through my fingers. I was lost, not just in the labyrinth, but in the depths of my own desires, in a world where choices twisted into knots, where every path diverged into a web of temptation. The darkness wrapped around me, but within it flickered the fire of hope, the thrill of the unknown. I was on the edge, teetering between the desire to be consumed and the instinct to flee, caught in the labyrinth of my own making. "Will you follow?" Sarah's voice called again, soft and sweet, a haunting lullaby that promised ecstasy and destruction in equal measure. My breath hitched, and as I took another step into the abyss, I could feel the weight of the past pressing down on me. But what was the past compared to the intoxicating allure of the present? I could either surrender or fight, two paths entwined in this labyrinth of desire. And as I plunged into the shadows, I knew this was just the beginning, a spiral of temptation leading me deeper into the heart of chaos, where the walls whispered my name and desire beckoned with a smile. Each heartbeat was a reminder that I was alive, that I was choosing to live dangerously, even when the labyrinth threatened to swallow me whole. The clock ticked with a haunting rhythm, each second like a heartbeat, echoing through the empty house. Outside, the rain poured with an unrelenting ferocity, a chaotic symphony that perfectly mirrored the tempest inside me. I stood in the living room, breath shallow, staring at the crumpled letter on the coffee table. Words blurred together, each syllable a blade cutting deeper. I'm sorry. No. 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 It wasn't enough. Across the room, Sarah's silhouette loomed, her face a mask of anguish. I could see the glint of tears pooling in her eyes, threatening to spill over. You don't understand, she whispered, her voice trembling like a fragile note on the brink of shattering. My heart raced, I felt every pulse in my veins reverberate with fury and confusion. Sorry. Sorry for what? For the night she spent wrapped in another man's arms? For the hollow promises that turned to dust? I remembered when we used to laugh. The echoes of our joy filled this space once, but now it felt like a coffin. You didn't fight for us, Sarah. You let go. The accusation hung heavily between us, a ghost refusing to be laid to rest. I could taste the bitterness of my own words, sharp and unforgiving. She stepped closer, vulnerability woven into the fabric of her trembling figure. I was lost? I thought I'd never find my way back. Her hand reached for mine, but I recoiled, dread weaving its way through me like ivy tightening around a crumbling wall. You lost your way, but I lost my heart, I replied, each word like shards of glass. Behind us, the shadows shifted, deepening, as if the very walls were alive, absorbing our pain. A storm raged outside, yet inside, we were caught in a tempest of our own making. It was our memories that suffocated us, the laughter that clawed at us like distant thunder. I looked around the room, searching for something, anything, to anchor me in this chaos. The photographs on the wall, frozen moments of happiness, felt like knives digging deep into an already gaping wound. I could see us there, young, blissful, oblivious to the cracks that would eventually splinter our lives apart. Do you remember? I started, but the question trailed off, lost in the mire of grief. I remember, she said, her voice a fragile echo of hope. I remember the way you made me laugh until I cried, the way the world felt like it was ours. There was a flicker of something in her gaze, a hint of the woman I once knew before the shadows consumed her. I remember the first time we danced together in the rain pounded harder, a relentless percussion, drowning out the tenderness of her voice. But we're not those people anymore, I shot back, the venom in my tone tasting bitter on my tongue. You changed. Maybe I needed to, she replied, eyes ablaze with defiance. Maybe we both did. I recoiled, the truth cutting deeper than any betrayal. And now? Now what? A silence fell, thick and suffocating, punctuated only by the torrential downpour outside. I could see the raw conflict shifting in her chest, like a battle raging just beneath the surface. I felt it too, a tempest within me. It roared with the force of every disappointment, every kiss that was never returned, every moment that slipped through our fingers like grains of sand. Forgiveness, she started, hesitantly, as if testing the fragile air between us. It's the only way to heal. The word hung, vibrating in the charged atmosphere, unforgiving, yet so desperately needed. Forgiveness. I scoffed, anger bubbling fiercely. Forgiveness is a lie. It's an illusion we cling to when the reality is too painful. Her brow furrowed, hurt splashed across her features. What if it's not? What if it's the key to moving forward? My heart ached, each beat a reminder of the love that had once thrived in this space, now choked by grief and resentment. You think I can just forget? Just let go of everything you've shattered. I never wanted to hurt you. The words left her lips like a desperate cry, raw and urgent. I was broken, and I wanted to fix myself. By breaking me. The bitterness lingered, a weight pressing heavily on my chest. Could I even fathom the notion of forgiveness? The thought of releasing that anger felt like trying to breathe underwater. I closed my eyes, memories flooding back, laughter echoing through these very walls, stolen kisses beneath the stars, promises whispered in the dark. I remember the nights we spent dreaming under the cosmos, Sarah. And now, it's just darkness. The shadows flickered in her eyes. She stepped closer, vulnerability etched into her every feature. We can find our way back, if we can forgive. If we can let the past be the past. But could I unearth that strength? Could I untangle the knots of anger and hurt that bound us? I felt the weight of the world upon my shoulders, the burden of memories I could not erase. A crack of thunder boomed outside, shaking the very foundations of our story. What if I can't? I whispered, my voice trembling. Then we're lost, she replied, her pain reflecting my own. The storm raged on, and as I stood there, suspended in time, I felt the raw edges of my heart begin to soften. Perhaps somewhere in the chaos, in the depths of our mistakes, there was a path leading to healing, one I had never dared to consider. Maybe, I said, the words slipping through clenched teeth, maybe forgiveness could be the beginning. With every breath, the air shimmered with possibility, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. And as we stood there, in the eye of our storm, I realized that the road ahead would be riddled with shadows, but perhaps, just perhaps, there was light waiting to break through. A clock strikes midnight, the echo reverberating through the damp alleyways of a forgotten city, where shadows loom like specters waiting to claim what is theirs. Each tick is a heartbeat, each chime the echo of destinies colliding, spiraling into chaos. I can feel it. The air is thick, electric, charged with anticipation, the kind that prickles the skin and sends a shiver racing down the spine. I remember the moment he walked into my life, drenched in rain and regret. Jonah, with his stormy eyes, a tempest of emotions barely contained. His laughter, once a melody, now feels like shards of glass. He stands there now, fists clenched, heart hammering against his ribcage as if trying to break free from the cage of his own making. It's too late. You don't understand, he barks, voice cracking like dry twigs underfoot. But I do understand. I remember every whispered secret, every promise made under moonlit skies. Memories flood my mind, soft touches, heated arguments, the sweet ache of knowing he was always just out of reach. Jonah, we can't go back, I plead, my voice trembling. It's not just the words, it's the weight behind them, the crushing sorrow of unresolved dreams. In the shadows, Lila watches, a ghost of a girl I once knew. Her eyes, clouded with fear and yearning, dart between us, as if searching for a way to bridge the chasm that has opened wide since that fateful night. One more chance, she whispers, her voice barely a breath, but it hangs in the air, heavy with desperation. We can find a way. But how do you find a way when the past clings to you like a fog, thick and suffocating? I remember how she used to smile, bright and unyielding like the sun breaking through storm clouds. Now, her smile is fractured, a reflection of our shared history, marred by choices and scars that run deeper than skin. Stop it! Jonah's voice is a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through the stillness. You have no idea what you're asking. His gaze shifts from Lila to me, the anger swirling with something softer, regret? Fear? The tension is a taut string, twangy and ready to snap. I can feel it vibrating between us, a magnet pulling our souls together, yet keeping us apart. There's a pulse, a rhythm in the air, like the heartbeat of the city around us, alive with the whispers of the past. I remember the stories we used to tell, fairy tales wrapped in the fabric of history, tales of lovers torn asunder by fate, of heroes lost in the shadows of time. We thought we were invincible then, young and naive, unaware that every choice would echo through the corridors of eternity. And here we stand, at the precipice of our own story, with ghosts swirling around us like lost souls searching for peace. Lila's eyes glisten, brimming with unshed tears. We can't keep running from this. It's not just about us anymore. Her voice quivers, raw and exposed, but there's a truth to her words, a haunting resonance that pulls at my heart. The city seems to breathe with us, the buildings arching overhead like guardians, witnesses to our turmoil. Each brick is a memory, each crack is a sigh of longing. Jonah's expression softens for a mere heartbeat, and in that moment, it's as if the clouds part just enough for us to see the light, our light. "What do you want from me?" he asks, his voice barely above a whisper, as if uttering the question too loudly might shatter the fragile balance we've built. "I want you to remember," I say, desperation thick in my throat. "Remember who we were. Remember the dreams we forged together before the darkness crept in. The night feels alive, electric and shimmering with possibilities, yet weighed down by the shadows of our past. I can almost hear the whispers of the universe, intertwining with our destinies, wrapping around us like a shroud." Lila steps closer, her hand reaching out, fingers trembling as if reaching for something just out of reach. And in that heartbeat, that fragile moment suspended in time, everything hangs in the balance. The air thickens, and I can taste the bittersweet tang of regret on my lips. I remember the warmth of laughter, the comfort of familiarity, and the heart-wrenching ache of what could have been. The confrontation looms like a storm overhead, teasing the moments to come, weaving through our tangled emotions like a master puppeteer. I see Jonah's resolve flickering, wavering as his heart grapples with the weight of his choices. And Lila, ever the dreamer, stands firm, an anchor amidst the chaos, her heart bared and vulnerable, a lighthouse in the storm. "Do you believe in fate?" Jonah asks suddenly, the question slicing through the tension like a knife. "Or is it all just random chaos?" The answer hangs in the air, a question unanswered, yet palpable, a thread connecting our fates. I can only nod, feeling the ache in my chest swell, knowing that whatever the answer, it won't change what's coming. Then, a gust of wind sweeps through the alley, carrying with it the scent of rain and memories long buried. Every raindrop feels like a tear from the heavens, each one a reminder of how fragile this moment is. I can see our destinies writ large in the sky, a tapestry woven from our choices and mistakes, a blend of joy and sorrow that binds us tightly together. We stand on the brink, our hearts pounding with a rhythm only we can hear, a symphony of longing, fear, and hope. The shadows deepen, and the city sighs, as if holding its breath in anticipation. The clock continues to tick, the echoes of time reminding us that every heartbeat is a choice, every breath a step closer to the unknown. And as the silence stretches, pulling taut like a bowstring, I realize, we are not just standing at the crossroads, we are the crossroads. The moment stretches, and I know that whatever comes next will redefine us, weave us into the very fabric of existence itself. I take a step forward, heart racing, knowing that the reunion of souls is upon us, and whatever happens, we will face it together, weaving our destinies into the night sky, tangled, chaotic, yet beautiful in its imperfection. The silence was thick, a haunting stillness that wrapped around Clara like a shroud. She stood at the edge of the sacred grove, her breath coming in sharp, shallow gasps as the air crackled with tension, each heartbeat an urgent drum echoing in her ears. The trees towered above, ancient sentinels with gnarled branches reaching for the sky, their leaves whispering secrets she was not meant to hear. Something was wrong. Ahead, the deep green of the sacred trees twisted into shadows, and the sunlight fought to penetrate the thick canopy, casting a kaleidoscope of fractured light that danced on the forest floor. Clara's heart raced, not from fear, but from an unnameable dread, a whisper that clawed at her soul. She remembered the stories, the legends of this place, woven into the fabric of her childhood. The tales spoke of magic and despair, of spirits that roamed and the vow to protect the sanctity of nature. But nothing could prepare her for the moment she faced now, a moment that felt like the cusp of something monumental. "Clara!" A voice, frantic, splintered through the air. It was Ethan, her brother, his eyes wild with terror, as if he carried the weight of 1,000 nightmares on his shoulders. He stumbled into view, dirt streaked across his forehead, breathless and broken. "We need to go. Now!" But Clara couldn't move. Something held her, an invisible force, binding her to the earth, her roots sinking deep into the soil of this sacred ground. "I can't. Not yet." She felt the words leave her mouth, but they tasted foreign, heavy with finality. The grove, with its twisting vines and ancient trees, seemed alive, breathing alongside her, sharing secrets that sent shivers down her spine. "Clara!" Ethan's voice cracked, a raw edge that sliced through her resolve. "They're coming. We have to leave." He reached for her, desperation etched into his face, but she could only stare further into the depths of the grove, where shadows danced and flickered like the remnants of a fading dream. I remember, she whispered, her voice barely a breath. I remember the stories, Ethan. The whispers of the elders. They said it's a place of power. The air thickened with the weight of her words, and for a moment, time stretched, a taut line vibrating with potential. She could feel the pulse of the sacred grove, an energy that thrummed like a heartbeat beneath her feet. The memories of her childhood flooded back, dancing like phantoms in her mind, summers spent listening to the old tales around flickering campfires, the laughter of friends who had vanished into the ether of time. Clara! Ethan's voice was an anchor, a lifeline to reality. Please? Just come back. But she couldn't. Not now. Not when the trees beckoned, their branches curling like fingers reaching out to her, pulling her deeper into the labyrinth of their roots and stories. What they had uncovered was not just a grove, it was a tangled web of secrets and sorrows, promises woven into the very fabric of the earth. And then, in the silence that followed, a sound, a rustling, low and ominous, like the breath of something awakening from a long slumber. The shadows seemed to twist and contort, forming shapes that flickered just beyond the edge of her vision. Clara's heart raced, a wild animal caged within her chest. What is that? Ethan's voice trembled, the quiver threatening to crack him wide open. I don't know, she answered, though an echo of recognition clawed at her throat. It felt as if the grove was alive, breathing, responding to their presence. The tree swayed, whispering like old friends sharing secrets too sacred to understand. But it wants to speak. Or to consume us, he hissed, his fear tangible, a dark cloud hanging over them. Clara's thoughts spiraled. She thought of their mother, of her soft voice telling them to respect nature, to honor the beauty of the earth. And now? Now, it felt like a betrayal. They had come to this place to find solace, to escape the chaos of their lives, but now they were faced with something primal, something wickedly beautiful that shimmered just beyond comprehension. I remember, Clara murmured again, the words a mantra that wrapped around her like tendrils of fog. I remember the stories. The grove seemed to pulse with her breath, the leaves rustling like whispers of the past, each sound unraveling another thread of her memory. Could it be that the grove was more than just a place? Could it hold the weight of their history, their pain? A shiver danced along her spine, the promise of understanding laced with dread. Clara! He took a step closer, his hand reaching out to grasp her wrist, but she felt the electric shock of the grove pulling at her, urging her to listen, to heed its call. I have to do this, she breathed, a fierce determination clawing its way to the surface. There's something here, Ethan. Something we need to understand. The shadows twitched, elongating, twisting into grotesque shapes that flickered in the periphery, and she felt a chill crawl up her spine. Fear dripped into the air, thick and suffocating, yet the draw of the grove was irresistible, intoxicating. Clara! Ethan's voice was a frantic plea, but it faded, replaced by the murmurs of the trees, their voices intertwining with the sounds of her racing heart. As the darkness enveloped them, the grove swallowed their cries, the weight of secrets heavy upon the air. Clara stood, rooted and trembling, while the world outside faded, and the sacred space began to vibrate with a pulse she could almost understand. The moment hung like a taut string, ready to snap. Clara could feel it, the nexus of fear and understanding, wonder and dread. The grove whispered its truths, an unbroken promise that echoed through the shadows. She was no longer just Clara, she was part of the sorrows and the joys etched into the bark of every tree, woven into the very fabric of the earth itself. And as the shadows drew closer, a confrontation loomed, one that would ripple through time, resonate through the stars, and change everything. The heartbeat of the grove throbbed in tandem with her own, a symphony of nature calling her home. With a sudden rush, the air split with a screech, tearing through the tranquility and plunging them deeper into chaos. The moment shattered, and as the shadows closed in, Clara felt the weight of her choice pressing down, unyielding. Would she stand her ground, or would she succumb to the terror that threatened to consume her? Time stilled, and the grove waited, breath held, as the confrontation reached its precipice, ready to tumble into the abyss of what was to come. In the heart of the sacred grove, a meeting with nature had begun, an indelible moment that would echo long after the shadows fell. The air crackled with the tension of unsaid words as winter's breath whispered through the bare branches, skeletal fingers reaching for the sky, draped in a shroud of frost. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, the icy wind biting into my skin, reminding me that love, like the seasons, was a cycle. And cycles often return with a vengeance. Why can't you see? Evie's voice sliced through the silence, sharp as the chill around us. Her breath hung in the air, a ghostly specter of her anguish. I could see it in her eyes, the pleading desperation that clawed at my heart. You're choosing the past over us. You're choosing them. I felt the weight of her words, a leaden truth that anchored me to the ground, yet every instinct screamed for me to flee. Memories tormented me like shadows in the dusk, jumbled flashes of laughter that echoed off the walls of my mind, bright moments now dulled by the impending storm. Marcus. The name hung between us, heavy and toxic. I could almost hear the soft crunch of snow under his boots, the way he threw his head back and laughed, full of life, oblivious to the demons lurking just beneath the surface. Evie, you don't understand, I whispered, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. It's not just them. It's everything, the ghosts of what we lost, the promises made in the dark. They haunt me. Finally, she stepped closer, her anger melting into sorrow, and I felt the pull of her warmth against the cold. Haunting isn't love, she said. It's a prison built of memories. You hold on so tightly that you forget to live. I'm right here, and I'm real. With each heartbeat, the tension tightened like a noose around my chest. The branches creaked overhead, nature's own sense of urgency swirling like the winds of change. I looked into her eyes, and for a fleeting moment, I saw a future, a bright summer day, laughter echoing off sun-drenched walls, light pooling at our feet. But then the shadows loomed again, shrouding everything in uncertainty. I remember, I started, the words spilling out like a confession. I remember the way he used to smile, how it felt to be wanted, to be the center of his universe. It was intoxicating but destructive. Like a wildfire. Her expression shifted, a flicker of understanding blossoming in the depths of her gaze. But you're not that person anymore, she urged. You're here, with me. Don't let him take you again. But the past had a way of lurking in the corners, like a forgotten song that swells with bittersweet nostalgia. A face flashed in my mind, Marcus, with his wild hair tousled by the wind, eyes bright with the mischief of youth, promising the world and delivering chaos instead. His laughter still echoed in the back of my mind, a haunting refrain that played on repeat, reminding me of all the ways I'd failed to protect the heart that had once flourished. The wind howled, carrying with it the scent of impending snow, and as the first flakes began to drift down, I felt time stretching ominously. What if I can't let go? I admitted, the truth spilling forth like a confession I had hidden too long. What if I'm not strong enough to break free? Evie was still, her breath hitching as if she could feel the weight of my turmoil. You're stronger than you think, she whispered, reaching for me, her fingers trembling against my skin. Every season has its end, but it also holds the promise of rebirth. You have to trust me. Her warmth was an anchor, pulling me back from the edge of despair. I could sense the shifting tides around us, could feel the world spinning as we stood frozen in this moment, a paradox of time, a life suspended between the bitter chill of winter and the hope of spring. But what if the cycle turned again? What if the ghosts resurfaced, clawing their way back into my heart? But what if, the words hung heavy, a bitter taste of uncertainty? I remember, I whispered, haunted by fragments of laughter, pain, and scorching love, a swirling tempest of chaotic emotion. I remember the feel of his hand in mine, the way it felt to be completely alive and utterly lost at the same time. Evie's eyes shone with determination, her voice a melodic strength. But you have a choice, she said, a fierce spark igniting in her gaze. You can choose to let the past be a lesson, not a prison. You can choose me. The wind picked up, swirling the snow around us in an ethereal dance, and I felt the weight of her gaze, steady and fierce against the uncertainty. In that swirling tempest, my heart raced, beating in rhythm with the seasons that turned relentlessly, as if they whispered secrets long forgotten. I knew the truth. Love was an enigma, wrapped in layers of joy and despair, a chaotic dance that defied time. It was a cycle, yes, and each turn brought both heartache and healing, a cruel yet beautiful paradox. Evie, I breathed, and with that one word, I felt the weight of the world shift, the shadows receding just enough for the light to break through. Will you walk with me into the spring? The clock in my mind ticked loudly, echoing the heartbeat of the universe, and in that moment, everything became possible. The past faded, the future unfurled, and all that mattered was standing there, on the cusp of something new. Each breath was a promise, each heartbeat a vow, as we stood together, ready to face whatever seasons lay ahead. As I reached out to take her hand, the first rays of dawn began to pierce the horizon, and the cycle of love began anew, weaving its enchantment around us. The chill of winter lingered, but in its wake, the warmth of spring beckoned, inviting us into the unknown, a world of potential, a tapestry of moments yet to unfold. I remember the weight of silence pressing down on my chest, thick and suffocating like fog rolling in off the ocean. The city, once alive with laughter and light, now lay cradled in an eerie stillness, illuminated only by the flickering glow of street lamps that cast long shadows, as if trying to escape the night. I stood at the corner of 6th and Maple, my heart pounding like a drum echoing in an empty chamber. A low hum of anxiety curled around me, and I could almost feel the shards of time splintering, demanding my attention. Emilia was out there somewhere, lost in the chaos, a ghost I couldn't grasp. I remember her laughter, bright and vibrant, like a melody that had danced through the air of our shared moments. But now, all I felt was the cold grip of despair wrapped around my throat, squeezing tighter with each passing second. The clock struck midnight, a cruel reminder that time, relentless and unyielding, marched on without mercy. I had always been the kind of person who thrived on order. Plans, schedules, steps laid out in neat little boxes, that was my comfort. But the moment I met Emilia, everything shifted. She was a tempest, a wildflower in a field of uniformity, with a spirit that could ignite the dullest of days. And yet, here we were, stranded in this twilight of uncertainty, each tick of the clock reverberating like a death knell. Behind me, the city seemed to breathe along with my turmoil. I could hear the distant sirens, the frantic cries of the lost, the echoes of a world spiraling into chaos. I turned sharply, my heart racing as the shadows twisted and writhed, a dance of phantoms that seemed to mock my desperation. Would I lose her to the very chaos that had drawn us together? Then, a flicker of movement caught my eye. It was Leo, her brother, a man whose own battles were etched in the lines of his brow. The tension between us had always been palpable, woven with the threads of his protectiveness and my inadequacies. "You know she wouldn't want this," he said, his voice a low growl that sent shivers down my spine. I could see the fear hidden beneath his bravado, the armor he wore that was cracking, just like mine. "I can't just stand here, Leo. I can't." The raw desperation in my voice felt foreign, a scream echoing in the vast emptiness of my soul. "Then do something." His frustration spilled over, anger boiling in his veins. "You think you're the only one who cares." I remember the way his hand clenched into a fist, the knuckles turning white. It was an image burned into my mind, the man I had underestimated, standing before me, fighting his own demons. We were both standing on a precipice, struggling against the tide of our own grief and fear. The air crackled with unspoken words, a bridge of understanding we had yet to cross. Emilia had always been the glue that bound us, her laughter echoing in the spaces between our hardened hearts. I remember the day she first introduced us, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief as she teased that we were both too stubborn to admit our flaws. "You'll find common ground, just wait," she had said, her voice a light that cut through the fog of our rivalry. But that light felt dim now, flickering like the street lamps around us, and I could feel the shadows closing in. I turned to Leo, each breath heavy with the weight of shared memories, the ghosts of our pasts clawing at the edges of what remained. "If we don't find her, if something happens, no." His voice cracked through the despair like a whip, slicing through the tension. "We don't think like that. We fight. We have to fight." And I remembered, in that moment, the way Emilia had fought for us both, her heart a shield against the world's relentless cruelty. I could almost hear her voice, urging me to push through, to find the strength buried deep within the ruins of our fears. Suddenly, the night split open with a scream, a sound that shattered the silence like glass shattering against concrete. My heart raced, adrenaline flooding my veins. "Emilia!" I shouted, the name a desperate prayer tumbling from my lips. I felt Leo's hand grip my shoulder, a grounding presence in the storm of my thoughts. The streets whispered her name back to me, but the shadows danced away, teasing me with their secrets. "This way," Leo urged, pulling me forward, the urgency in his voice igniting a fire within me. We ran, our feet pounding against the pavement, the rhythm of our breaths intertwining like an unbreakable thread. With each step, I could feel the world closing in, the darkness thickening around us like a living thing, hungry and relentless. Fear clawed at my throat, threatening to strangle any hope that dared to flicker. I remembered the way she looked when she laughed, the way her eyes sparkled like stars caught in a web of dreams. I couldn't lose that light. As we turned the corner, the alley opened like a wound, and I felt the air shift. Time itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, a violent drum echoing through the silence. I was acutely aware of everything, the dampness of the bricks, the smell of rain-soaked pavement, the taste of metal in the air that hinted at what was to come. And in that moment, with the shadows swirling around us, I understood that love was the only thing that could pierce through the darkness. It was the fire that kept us warm, the light that dared to shine in the depths of despair. No matter how far time stretched, how relentless the trials became, nothing could extinguish that flame. We were running toward something, or perhaps away from it, but one thing was certain, we would not falter. The trials of time would test our resolve, but love, in all its raw and imperfect glory, would guide us through the storm. I remember that night, the flicker of hope igniting the shadows, and the unbreakable bond that would tether us together, forever entwined in this battle against the dark. We might not know what awaited us, but we would face it, hearts pounding, breaths matching the rhythm of the universe, as we stepped into the unknown. The air crackled like dry leaves underfoot, a prelude to chaos, as a figure stood at the edge of the clearing, heart racing, breath shallow. The moon hung heavy above, a haunting witness, its silvery glow piercing through the dense knots of darkness enveloping the gathering. Shadows danced widely, flickering in the firelight like spirits caught between worlds. The drums beat unyielding, each thrum a pulse of ancient power, a reminder of what was at stake. I remember the weight of that night, the way the air felt thick, electric, as if it held the breath of the gods themselves. Around me, the faces of the crowd twisted in anticipation, a tapestry of hope and fear woven together under the starlit sky. I saw Sarah, her eyes wide, reflecting the flames, caught between the urge to flee and the desire to fight. She was a warrior at heart, reckless yet tender, clinging to dreams of a world unbroken, yet haunted by the shadows of her past that whispered, "What if?" And then there was Thomas, his grip tightening on the wooden staff he wielded, knuckles white against the dark grain. His heart, I could feel it thundering from across the distance, a battle drum echoing memories of loss. Every beat told a story of failures, of promises he couldn't keep, of a love unfulfilled. The pull between him and Sarah was palpable, a tether woven with longing and regret, yet stretched too thin by the weight of unspoken words. The night deepened, a cloak of uncertainty settling over us as the ceremony began. Whispers of ancient incantations floated through the air, wrapping around our throats like vines, choking the words that begged to escape. I could taste fear on my tongue, bitter and metallic. The ground trembled beneath us, a warning rumble from the earth. She was restless, hungry for union, for balance. I remember when we thought this was just a story, I said to no one in particular, my voice barely a murmur against the drum's relentless beat. A tale spun for the lost and the brave, like cardboard cutouts playing at being more than they were. I chuckled, but the sound felt foreign, hollow, like laughter echoing from the deep recesses of despair. But the gods had a plan, one that twisted our fates like the gnarled roots beneath our feet. As the last flicker of daylight surrendered to night, the air thickened with the scent of burning sage and the promise of something more. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked and hooded, carrying an aura of foreboding. I trembled. The crowd gasped collectively, a deep inhalation that caught in our throats. He was a spectre of memory, a ghost that reminded us of what lay lost. The drums slowed, heartbeat echoing through the clearing, each pulse pounding like an impending storm. Thomas stepped forward, his voice breaking the tension. "We seek the balance, the unity of gods and mortals." His words rang out, imbued with a desperation that clawed at our hearts. "We offer our blood, our souls in hopes of rebirth." But even he, proud and fierce, faltered as the figure tilted its head, revealing eyes glimmering with ancient knowledge, dark and fathomless. "Do you dare to dance?" the figure asked, its voice a low growl, echoing through the clearing like thunder rolling over mountains, shaking our very beings. Sarah's breath caught. I could see the pulse in her neck, rapid and wild like a bird trapped in a cage, longing for flight. "We have nothing left to lose," she whispered, and in that moment, I felt the weight of her resolve, the yearning for connection, for something greater than our shattered lives. The figure stepped closer, and suddenly, shadows leapt forth from the darkness, twirling in a macabre ballet, as if the very essence of our fears and dreams had come alive. I felt their presence, ghostly fingers brushing against my skin, a shiver sending ice-cold tendrils down my spine. I remember the chaos of emotions that night, swirling like smoke, love, pain, hope, and despair. I could see Thomas's heart breaking anew, each beat imbued with regret as he reached for Sarah, only to find his hand passing through empty air. The gods were watching, their laughter weaving through the tension, the cracks in our hearts laid bare. As the dance grew in intensity, I could feel the world around us shifting, time bending and folding like the fabric of a dream, the line between reality and myth blurring. Each movement of the shadows told a story of lost loves, of battles fought, of moments snatched from the jaws of despair. "Will you join us?" the figure taunted, its voice wrapping around us like a vine, choking yet enticing. There was no turning back, the air thick with the scent of burning incense and our hopes igniting. I watched as Sarah stepped forward, her spirit ignited by the flames of defiance. Thomas followed, each step heavy with the weight of his own ghosts, the shadows of his past dancing in the periphery, reminding him of what he'd lost. Together they moved, bodies entwined in an ancient rhythm, a symphony of chaos and beauty, each step a testament to their struggles, their love, their brokenness. I was captivated, heart pounding in sync with their movements, a witness to the collision of fate and will. But the night was not done with us yet. A crack of thunder punctuated the climax, the ground trembling beneath our feet, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for our next move. The shadows began to shift, swirling faster, the rhythm escalating to a fever pitch. I felt it then, the silent scream of the gods, an echo of despair that merged with our own. The dance was more than just movement, it was a reckoning, a reminder that unity does not come without sacrifice, that love does not blossom without pain. As the night spiraled into madness, I clutched my chest, gasping for breath, caught in the whirlwind of emotions and shadows. I remember the heat of the flames, the chill of the shadows, and the bittersweet taste of longing and hope entwined in a single moment, beautiful and terrifying. When the sun rises, it will find us changed, transformed in ways we could never anticipate. And as I stand within the storm of it all, I realize that this dance is not just a celebration of union, it is a testament to our shared fragility, our relentless pursuit of truth, and the unbreakable bonds that tie us, torn yet unyielding, lost yet longing for connection. And forever entwined, the dance will continue. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing like a death knell through the damp, shadowy corridors of the castle. I stood there, heart pounding, feeling the weight of the air, a suffocating blanket of dread. Outside, the wind howled a mournful tune, rattling the ancient stones, and within me, an instinct screamed that something was dreadfully wrong. I could feel it in my bones. Fear curled in my stomach, a dark, slithering creature. I could almost taste the bitterness of betrayal on my tongue, sharp as broken glass. I remember the way the torches flickered, casting grotesque shadows on the walls. They danced like the souls of the damned, twisted and contorted in anguished despair. And there, just beyond their reach, was Psyche, her beauty a haunting echo of the light that had once graced this forsaken place. But now, her eyes, once bright as stars, held only the reflection of a nightmare. I had known love, yet in that shattering instant, I felt the fragile thread of our bond begin to fray. "Psyche!" I called, my voice a rasping whisper. She turned, and in that moment, the world around us faded. Time held its breath, suspended in the eerie silence. Her expression was a turbulent storm, swirling with confusion and anguish. "What have you done?" Each word was a stone, heavy and unforgiving, rolling between us, an insurmountable chasm that widened with every heartbeat. I don't know," she cried, her voice cracking like ice underfoot, the tremor raw and visceral. "I thought I could find the truth, but it's all so dark. So twisted." The shadows seemed to close in, thickening like a noose around our throats. I reached for her, desperate to bridge the abyss, but she flinched, recoiling as if I were a specter from her past. The irony twisted in my gut. We had built our love on the foundation of dreams, and now those very dreams morphed into specters that haunted us, whispering secrets too terrible to bear. I remembered our laughter, the sweet echoes of stolen moments, of shared glances that felt like promises. But now, those promises lay shattered, fragments strewn like glass across the floor of our shared history. "Psyche, you must listen to me," I urged, my breath hitching. "The gift of insight is not a blessing, it's a curse. You've opened a door that should have remained closed." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and I felt the pull of her despair latch onto my heart. "You don't understand what you've seen. What you've unleashed." And there it was, the truth, looming large and monstrous, ready to devour us whole. I could feel it edging closer, an unseen predator lurking just beyond the veil of our reality. The visions she had experienced were not mere glimpses, they were the very essence of fear, an unholy communion with the shadows that danced at the edges of our consciousness. "Please," I whispered, feeling the crack in my voice, the desperate plea of a man teetering on the brink of losing everything. "Remember who you are. Remember us." But her memory was clouded, the fog of her awakening wrapping around her like a shroud. "I remember," she murmured, a distant echo of what once was, but it was not enough. Each recollection was laced with doubt and despair, each heartbeat a reminder of how fragile we were, how close to the edge. A sudden sound broke the silence, a low, guttural growl emanating from the shadows, like the very darkness had taken form, hungry for our despair. I turned, instinctively shielding Psyche, my heart hammering against my ribs. The air grew thick with a palpable fear, a living entity that slithered and coiled, suffocating us, whispering threats and lies. "Stay close," I cautioned, feeling the tremors in my limbs, as if the very ground beneath us had begun to shift. I fought against the tide of uncertainty that threatened to pull me under. The walls of the castle felt alive, breathing heavily, with secrets buried deep within their ancient stones. Each corner seemed to leer at us, shadows flickering like the ghosts of our past. In that moment, I remembered the stories, the tales of those who had sought knowledge only to be consumed by it. I clutched at the fraying threads of our love, a lifeline in the tempest we had stirred. "We can't let this consume us," I said, desperation lacing my voice. "We must fight. Together." But as I looked into her eyes, I saw the flicker of doubt, the same flicker that had ignited this chaos. "Can we?" she breathed, the weight of her words hanging heavy in the air. The uncertainty dripped like poison between us, thickening the atmosphere, leaving a trail of despair. And then, in a heartbeat, it happened. The shadows twisted and surged, morphing into a shape, a figure cloaked in darkness, an embodiment of our collective fears. It loomed before us, a grotesque mirror reflecting our torment, the anguish of betrayal, the weight of loss, the burden of truth. "Welcome," it hissed, a voice slithering through the air like smoke, wrapping around our throats. "You wished for insight. Now, face the consequences." The chill was electric, crackling across my skin as the figure advanced, its presence suffocating. I could feel Psyche trembling beside me, our fears intertwining, a desperate dance of hope and despair. "No!" I shouted, my voice breaking the silence, raw and primal. "You do not own us." With those words, something shifted. A flicker of light ignited within Psyche, a small flame against the encroaching darkness. "I won't let you take what is ours." Her voice trembled, but it held a power I had forgotten existed, a strength born from the ashes of our shared pain. As the shadows clawed at us, I reached for her hand, intertwining our fingers, grounding ourselves in the chaos. The air crackled with intensity, the weight of our fears colliding with the fierce determination to reclaim our love, our memories, our future. Together, I whispered, and with that single word, something shifted. The shadows recoiled, and the figure faltered, its form flickering like a candle in the wind. The light within Psyche intensified, illuminating our surroundings, casting away the darkness that had threatened to swallow us whole. But I knew this was just the beginning, the first step in a long, treacherous journey. The battle was far from over, the shadows would return, and we would face them again. Yet, in that moment, we had reclaimed a fragment of ourselves. And as the echoes of despair began to fade, I held on to the promise of hope, the unbreakable bond forged in the furnace of our fears. I remember us, Psyche whispered, and with those words, the darkness began to retreat, leaving us standing on the precipice of an uncertain future, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. The fight for our love had only just begun. The clock tower echoed in the dimming twilight, its hands frozen at 3, as if time itself had succumbed to the weight of the moment. The air hung heavy with the scent of rain-soaked earth, a metallic taste lingering on the tongue, anticipation, dread. Rain had begun to fall, quiet at first, rhythmically tapping on cobblestones like a whisper of secrets too heavy to bear. I stood there, heart drumming against my ribs, each beat a reminder of everything I could lose. A figure stumbled into my line of sight, Elena, her silhouette dark against the fading light. Her eyes, once bright, now flickered with uncertainty, the shadows deepening in the hollows of her cheeks. She was beautiful, but there was a haunting fragility to her, like a glass sculpture poised on the brink of shattering. "What if it's true?" she gasped, voice trembling, the raw edge of fear cutting through the tense silence. I wanted to reach for her, to pull her into the safety of my arms, but doubt coiled around my heart like a constrictor, squeezing tight. What if what's true? I managed, though my throat felt raw, a frayed rope on the edge of snapping. The rumors. The whispers in the dark, her words hung heavy between us, a spectral presence that chilled the air. What if the darkness really is coming for us? I remembered the stories, the tales woven by flickering candlelight, the words of old women in hushed tones. They bathed once a year, so yeah, romance was earthy. I had laughed once, the absurdity masking the underlying fear of mortality that clung to us like the dampness in the air. But this was no joke. The clock tower had struck 3, and we were running out of time. Those are just stories, I insisted, though my own voice quavered under the weight of my denial. Fables to frighten children. But even as I said it, an icy tendril of fear snaked through me. I could see the flicker of doubt in Elena's eyes, the way she clutched the hem of her coat, fingers trembling like leaves in a storm. Then there was Marcus, lurking just beyond the shadows, his stance tense and defensive. He had always been the protector, the stoic guardian of our little trio. But now, his jaw was tight, lines of worry etched deep into his brow. "We can't ignore it," he said, voice gravelly and raw. "The signs are everywhere. The dreams. The shadows creeping closer." I wanted to laugh, to scorn the ridiculousness of it all. We were young, spirited. But the way he spoke, the intensity of his gaze, it unnerved me. "What dreams?" I asked, though a part of me already knew. I remembered my own restless nights, the visions that danced behind my eyelids, twisted figures cloaked in darkness, whispering my fears back to me. Dark figures, lurking, he continued, his voice low and conspiratorial, always watching. Always waiting. He turned his gaze to the horizon, where the last ribbons of sunlight struggled against the encroaching clouds. "We're running out of time." I felt a tremor in my bones, a pulse of anxiety thrumming through me. The air seemed to thicken, an unseen force weighing down my chest, stealing my breath. I wanted to scream, to escape this moment, but the weight of uncertainty held me fast. I studied their faces, Elena, her vulnerability laid bare, Marcus, a fortress cracking at the seams. Their flaws and fears reverberated through the silence, binding us in an invisible web of shared dread. "We need a plan," I finally said, my voice breaking the stillness like glass shattering against stone. "We can't let it control us." But as I spoke, the truth loomed larger than life, a specter hanging over us. I could feel it, the darkness waiting just beyond the light. Elena's gaze fixed on me, the flicker of hope battling against despair. "What if it's already too late?" she whispered, and the question hung in the air, a plea laced with anguish. The rain intensified, drumming against the earth like an ominous heartbeat, drowning out our fears only to amplify them. "Then we fight," Marcus said, a fierce determination igniting his voice. "Together." But the uncertainty remained. I could see it in Elena's eyes, the fear that this fight might be futile, that we were just pawns in a game far greater than ourselves. I remembered once wandering through forgotten streets, haunted by echoes of laughter and love, the shadows of the past wrapped around me like a shroud. I had believed then, in the beauty of life, in the promise of tomorrow. But now, the darkness felt tangible, creeping into our hearts, threatening to eclipse everything we held dear. And so I stood there, heart racing, breath caught in my throat, the clock tower looming as a reminder of our fleeting moments. I wanted to reach out to them, to bridge the chasm of fear that lay between us, but the weight of doubt pulled me under. Would we emerge unscathed, or would we succumb to the shadows tethered to our souls? The rain poured down, drenching us, a baptism of sorts. I remember, I started, memories flooding back, moments of laughter, of joy, of love lost and found. I remember the dreams we shared, the plans we made, but just as quickly as they came, the memories darkened, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. A crack of thunder interrupted my thoughts, reverberating through the air like a warning. "We have to move!" I shouted, adrenaline igniting my veins, but every step felt weighted, as if the ground beneath us was pulling us deeper into despair. Elena turned, her expression shifting from fear to determination. "We can't let this eclipse us," she declared, her voice stronger now, the fire igniting in her eyes. "Not now, not ever." And in that moment, I felt it too, the flicker of hope battling against the encroaching darkness. As we stepped forward, the shadows loomed larger, the weight of doubt pressing against our chests. But a spark ignited within, binding us together, a fragile thread woven from shared fears and a determination to fight. The darkness was gathering, but we were not alone. Together, we would confront the darkness, hand in hand, hearts racing, breaths mingling in the heavy air. The clock was ticking, but the echoes of our hearts whispered louder, a defiance against the void awaiting us. And thus, the dance with doubt began, a swirling tempest of uncertainty that would lead us to the edge of everything we had fought for. Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, a reminder that even in the shadow of despair, life pulsed on, relentless and raw. The clock struck midnight, a sharp chime slicing through the stillness, echoing in the cavernous silence of the old house. I stood there, heart racing, every nerve on fire, a cold sweat trickling down my spine as I felt the weight of something lurking in the shadows, something waiting. I could hear my breath, ragged and uneven, a whispered rebellion against the oppressive quiet. The air was thick with the scent of dust and decay, but beneath it lay something electric, alive. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Leo's voice trembled, barely a whisper. His wide eyes flashed with uncertainty, reflecting the flickering candlelight that danced like restless spirits, casting long, twisted shadows across the walls. The room felt claustrophobic, as if the very air was pushing against us, stifling our thoughts. But I didn't have the luxury of backing down. Not now. Not after everything. "I have to," I replied, though my voice wavered. I felt it, an urge, a relentless pull gnawing at the edges of my mind. It was instinct, raw and primal, resonating deep within my bones. It was the voice of the heart. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment, letting the weight of Leo's doubt wash over me like a cold wave. "Me too," Clara said, stepping forward, her fingers trembling as she brushed a wayward strand of hair behind her ear. Her bravado felt like a thin veil, stretched taut and on the verge of tearing. The flicker of the candle illuminated her face, illuminating the fear etched in her brow and the determination that battled it. "We have to listen. It's now or never." The anticipation crackled in the air between us. Each heartbeat echoed like thunder, resonating in the tense silence. My mind flashed back to the dreams, the visions of ghosts wandering through the corridors, whispering secrets in a language only the heart could understand. They felt real, and in those moments, the fog of doubt lifted, revealing a path we were meant to take. "Let's just get this over with," Leo said, his voice breaking, betraying the fear he desperately tried to mask. I could see it, the weight of his past pressing down on him, memories clawing at the edges of his sanity. He had always been the protector, the sturdy wall between Clara and the storm, and now that wall was trembling, threatening to crumble. I stepped forward, feeling the cool wood beneath my feet, the creaking boards a reminder of the house's age, the weight of history. "We can't turn back now." My voice steadied, fueled by an adrenaline I couldn't fully understand. Shadows danced in the corners, flickering like old film reels, capturing moments that felt both intimate and eternal. And then, the darkness shifted. A whisper, delicate yet insistent, brushed against my ear, sending shivers racing down my spine. It was a voice, the voice of the heart, murmuring truths we had tried to silence. I met Clara's gaze, and for a fleeting second, I could see her spirit warring with doubt, the weight of intuition pressing against her chest as if begging for release. "Do you feel that?" she asked, her breath hitching in her throat. "It's like the walls are breathing." "I remember," I said, my heart thumping in my chest. "I remember the first time I felt it. I was standing in the old cemetery, surrounded by the echoes of those who had come before us. I felt their stories, their regrets. I felt alive." Leo, caught between fear and urgency, swallowed hard. "This isn't the same," he said, his voice a desperate plea. "This isn't a fairy tale." "But wasn't it?" I wanted to scream. Life itself was a tapestry woven from threads of uncertainty and bravado. Every heartbeat echoed a story, every breath a question. I moved toward the staircase, the wood creaking under my weight, a protest echoing through the silence. Each step felt like an invitation, a chance to listen to the whispers that tugged at my soul. The air grew thicker as we climbed, a palpable tension wrapping around us like a shroud. I glanced back at Clara and Leo, two souls caught in a storm, each battling their own demons. I felt their fear, raw and exposed, and yet, beneath it lay a flicker of something bright, something radiant. "I remember," I whispered, stepping into the dim light of the attic. I remembered all those times I had ignored the voice that told me to take the leap, to trust in the unseen. The attic was filled with remnants of lives lived long ago, boxes piled high, their contents long forgotten. Dust hung in the air like memories trapped in time. And then I saw it. A small, glimmering object nestled among the debris. A locket, its surface tarnished yet still holding a promise. I reached for it, my fingers trembling as it warmed against my skin. I could feel it pulsing, urging me to open it. "Is it safe?" Leo's voice cracked, laced with caution. "Does it matter?" Clara shot back, her own doubt battling the need to believe. In that moment, the room fell silent, the air thick with yearning. My heart raced, a relentless drum beating in the depths of my chest. It was now or never. I flicked it open. Inside, a faded photograph looked back at me and a glimpse of a couple, their smiles immortalized in time, their joy a bittersweet echo. I remember, I breathed, a flood of emotions crashing over me, memories of love, loss, the connections that bound us to each other and the world. This is what it's all about, isn't it? It's about listening to the heart, letting it guide us even when everything else feels lost. Leo's eyes widened, the flicker of understanding igniting a fire in his soul. Clara stepped closer, the weight of her fear lifting just enough for a moment of clarity. "Then let's listen," she said, her voice steady, a beacon of courage amidst the chaos. "Let's not let fear dictate our choices anymore." And with that, we stood united, three hearts beating as one, each whispering secrets of the past, each resonating with the raw energy of the present. The shadows shifted, the whispers grew louder, and in that intimate space, we began to understand. The heart has a voice, an unwavering, relentless voice, and it was time to listen. The clock ticked ominously, each second a hammer against the silence that hung heavy in the air, like a predator waiting to pounce. I stood in front of the window, the cold glass pressing against my forehead, my breath fogging the surface in a slow, lazy spiral. Outside, the streetlights flickered, casting long shadows that danced and distorted, whispering secrets I didn't want to hear. I remember the way the night stretched before me, a canvas of darkness splattered with the glow of distant stars, yet all I felt was the suffocating weight of jealousy, coiling tightly around my throat. Inside the house, the air was thick with unspoken words, the kind that clung to the walls like the ghosts of our past. I glanced over my shoulder at Maya, her eyes dark with something I couldn't quite place: pain, anger, betrayal. She stood near the edge of the room, arms crossed tightly over her chest as if trying to hold herself together. Her face was a patchwork of emotions, flickering like the streetlights outside, revealing glimpses of a soul battling its own shadows. I could feel the tension between us, a live wire that was both terrifying and exhilarating. I remember the way her hair fell over her shoulders, a cascade of darkness that seemed to mirror the storm brewing inside her. "Why can't you just admit it?" she snapped, her voice slicing through the heavy atmosphere, sharp and bitter like broken glass. "You hate him. You hate that I'm with him." Each word was a dagger, and I flinched at the truth buried within. Yes, I hated him. Every laugh he shared with her felt like a nail in my heart, each whispered secret between them a reminder of my inadequacy. I had never wanted to feel this way, so small, so helpless, but here I was, drowning in a sea of jealousy, and the waves were crashing down mercilessly. "Admit what?" I countered, my voice trembling, betraying the facade I desperately tried to maintain. My hands shook as I tucked them into my pockets, a poor attempt to hide the turmoil roiling inside me. That I wish it was me instead of him. The admission hung in the air like a thick fog, suffocating and unyielding. I watched her face, waiting for the flicker of recognition, for her to understand the depth of my pain. But instead, her fury ignited. "You think you're the only one who feels like this?" Maya's laughter was harsh, jagged. "You think you're the only one who's hurt? I've been fighting this battle for so long. He's not the enemy, you are." She stepped forward, and I recoiled, not from her words but from the truth behind them. I remember feeling the ground shift beneath me, the realization that I had become the very thing I loathed. Behind her, the shadows lengthened, creeping closer, their fingers curling around her silhouette. The city outside echoed with distant sirens, a symphony of chaos that mirrored the turmoil in my heart. I could feel the walls closing in, the weight of my jealousy pressing down until it was hard to breathe. I fought against it, against her words, even as my heart ached for understanding. "I don't want to be the villain in your story," I whispered, almost pleading, and yet the irony of my own admission gnawed at me. What had I become? In that moment, I caught a glimpse of Mark standing alone in the hallway, the light catching the glint of his watch, a reminder of time slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. He was unaware of the war raging between us, blissfully ignorant, and that made my blood boil. I wanted to scream, to shake him awake from this dream that he was living, the dream he'd woven with her. I could feel the jealousy consuming me, a black hole of despair that threatened to pull me under. Why him? I found myself asking, voicing the broken question that had haunted me in the dead of night. Maya turned to him, her eyes softening for just a moment. "Because he sees me," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, the vulnerability cracking through her bravado. "He sees the real me, the parts you refuse to acknowledge." And in that moment, the truth hit me like a punch to the gut. I had spent so long wrapped in my own insecurities that I had overlooked the beauty of her spirit, the light that flickered even in the darkest of nights. The jealousy that had consumed me was a reflection of my failures, not hers. Silence enveloped us again, thick and oppressive. The shadows wove around us, pulling tighter, constricting like a serpent ready to strike. I felt the tears prick at the corners of my eyes, an unwelcome wave of emotion crashing over me. I had always thought that admitting my feelings would make me weaker, but in this moment of raw honesty, I realized it would make me stronger. The ghosts of my jealousy roared to life, but they began to dissipate as I faced my own truth. "I'm scared, Maya. Scared of losing you, scared of not being enough." Her expression shifted, the fire in her eyes flickering, revealing the hurt we shared beneath the surface of our turmoil. It was a quiet ache, a burden we both bore in isolation, shackled by our fears and desires. Suddenly, the shadows felt less like enemies and more like reflections of our own hearts, broken, flawed, yet yearning for connection. "Then let's confront this together," she said, and for the first time, I saw the possibility of healing amidst the chaos. And just as hope flickered to life, the clock chimed, echoing the haunting rhythm of our hearts. Outside, the world continued to spin, oblivious to our struggle, but here, in this moment, we stood at the precipice of change. I felt the weight of the shadows begin to lift, the darkness around us becoming a canvas on which we could paint our truths. Together. But the confrontation was far from over. Beneath the surface, the shadows were still lurking, waiting for the right moment to strike. The air crackled with unspoken promises, and I could feel the tension rise again, threatening to ignite. The ghosts of our jealousy danced around us, teasing, taunting, and I knew, deep down, that this was only the beginning. The time had come to face our fears, together or apart, because the shadows never truly vanish, they only wait for the opportune moment to plunge us back into the depths of darkness. Chapter 29. The call of the wild, embracing passion. The wind howled through the trees, a mournful song that echoed in the marrow of my bones. I stood there, heart racing, breath hitching in my throat as if the earth itself was about to crack open and swallow me whole. In this wild, untamed world where shadows danced and flickered like ghosts, every sound felt amplified, every silence a whisper of impending doom. I could feel the pulse of the forest around me, alive and restless, matching the frantic beat of my heart. I remember the moment it all shifted, when fear turned into something more primal, more visceral. A flash of movement, dirt kicked up like a storm, and there he was, Jacob, his face a mask of determination, eyes fierce and wild. "We have to go," he shouted, adrenaline pouring from him like rain, and I felt the gravity of his urgency, like a magnet pulling at my very core. But I was frozen. I remember how the warmth of his urgency collided with the cold grip of my hesitation. I was torn between the mundane pull of my past and the wild, reckless spirit that beckoned from the depths of the unknown. Around us, the forest whispered secrets of freedom, the scent of pine sharp and intoxicating, pulling me into its embrace. There was something in the air, something electric and raw. And then there was Lena, standing just a breath away, her hands trembling yet steady, her gaze piercing through the chaos. She was the calm in the storm, but beneath her composed facade lay a storm of her own, a tempest of passion and fear. I could see it in the way her breath quickened, the way her fingers curled nervously around the strap of her bag. "We can't let them win," she said, voice steady but laced with desperation. I remember the promise we made, that we wouldn't turn back. That we wouldn't let the world pin us down like butterflies on a wall. But now, faced with the thundering hooves and the shadows closing in, all I could think of was the way we used to laugh. How we'd sit under the stars, our dreams spilling out like constellations, unafraid of the dark. "Jacob!" I shouted, scrambling to catch up as he charged ahead, reckless and wild. "What if this is a mistake?" He paused, just for a second, and his expression twisted with the weight of that question. "And what if it's not?" The word struck me, sharp and undeniable. My heart stuttered, teetering on the edge of fear and freedom. In that moment, the night came alive. The moon hung low and heavy, a ghostly eye watching our desperate dance. The trees creaked and moaned, bending like spectators to our plight. I felt the thrill of the wild coursing through my veins, a primal call that drowned out the logic, the doubts, the fear. It was intoxicating. But then, the sound, heavy footsteps, muffled shouts. The hunters were closing in. My breath caught in my throat as I envisioned them, faceless, relentless, shadows with a singular purpose. The thrill wavered, replaced by a chilling dread. I could feel the world shift, the moment teetering on the precipice of something terrible. Lena's eyes locked onto mine, a flicker of bravado masking her fear. "We have to trust ourselves," she urged, and I admired her so fiercely in that moment, the way she stood defiant against the encroaching darkness. But her words felt like a fragile thread, a whisper against the howling winds. "Trust," I murmured, tasting the word like it was foreign, like it was a currency I didn't possess. I remembered hearts broken and promises shattered, the weight of betrayal clinging to the edges of my thoughts. Trust was a wild card, a gamble with too many stakes. And then, like a thunderclap, the world erupted. Shouts grew louder, and fear clawed at my insides. We were not just running from the hunters, we were running from ourselves, from the ghosts of who we once were and the shadows of what we could become. Now! Jacob bellowed, and we surged forward, a tidal wave of wildness and desperation. The forest turned into a blur, branches whipping against my skin, each impact a reminder of the rawness of life. I felt alive, electric, trapped between the thrill of the chase and the suffocating fear of capture. But even as we ran, doubt swirled like the leaves beneath our feet. I could feel the weight of the past pressing down, memories of failure weaving through my mind. What if we can't escape this? I thought, but I swallowed the thought, burying it deep. We were on the edge of something monumental, something that could eclipse our fears if only we could hold on tightly enough. And then, a split-second choice, Lena veered left, Jacob disappeared into the shadows, and I was left standing amidst the chaos, the echoes of their voices fading into the distance. My heart raced, a battle cry against the silence that threatened to consume me. I felt the forest closing around me, each tree a sentinel, watching, waiting. I remember the weight of that solitude, the moment stretching like a taut wire. What would I do? Where would I go? I was caught in the web of uncertainty, every breath a prayer, every heartbeat a reminder that I was still here, still alive, still fighting. In that moment of choice, the call of the wild surged through me, raw and unyielding. I stepped forward, drawn by the promise of freedom, the intoxicating thrill of possibility. Shadows flickered at the edges of my vision, but they were no longer terrifying, they were beckoning, urging me to embrace the wildness inside. The hunt was on. And somewhere deep within me, a spark ignited. I was no longer just a spectator, I was part of the dance, the chaos, the untamed heart of the wild. I could feel it building, the storm brewing within, a passion igniting like a flame in the night. And as the echoes of my friends' laughter faded, I felt the world shift again, this time, toward something beautiful, something terrifyingly real. I would not let fear define me. I would not allow the shadows to claim my soul. Not now, not ever. In this wild, untamed moment, I was alive. The forest gripped me with its fierce embrace, and I let go, surrendering to the call that was louder than any fear, the call of the wild. The clock strikes midnight, its echo reverberating in the hollow silence of the room. Shadows stretch and twist across the walls, whispering secrets only the dark knows. I stand there, heart racing, clutching a crumpled letter stained with the weight of betrayal. The words dance in my mind, each syllable a dagger, each promise a lie. Outside, the wind howls like a beast, clawing at my sanity, but inside, the air is thick with the presence of ghosts, memories that claw at my mind, demanding attention. I remember the day we buried the truth, 6 feet under layers of deception. It seemed easier then, easier to walk the path paved with smiles instead of confrontations. But now, as the truth claws its way back into the light, the air feels electric, charged with an undeniable tension. Every breath I take is heavy with the weight of what I've hidden, what I've avoided. I glance at my brother, Lucas, his face pale as moonlight, his eyes flickering with the fire of unshed anger. He knows. He knows everything. Why didn't you tell me? His voice cuts through the darkness, a blade of accusation. He's always been the protector, the one who stood in the line of fire, but this time, I've betrayed that bond. The silence between us thickens like fog, suffocating yet familiar. I thought I was protecting you, I whisper, and regret gnashes its teeth at my resolve. My heart pounds a chaotic rhythm, a drumbeat of guilt. The truth is a beast, and I've fed it so long that it's grown too large to contain. I remember the laughter, the warmth of summer nights spent in our father's garden, when everything felt safe, when our only problems were the bugs in his prized tomatoes. But that was before the shadows crept in, before the secret slithered into our lives like an uninvited guest. Across the room, Tara stands frozen, her expression caught between disbelief and hurt. She has always seen the world through a kaleidoscope of colors, but now her vibrant hues have dulled to gray. You've been lying to us, she says softly, each word like glass shattering on the floor. How could you? I feel the weight of her gaze, a spotlight exposing every flaw, every scar. It's unbearable. I thought I was protecting you both, I plead, but the words feel hollow, like echoes in a vast canyon. I remember the dreams I had, swirling visions of unity and love, but dreams are fragile things, easily crushed under the weight of reality. Time feels distorted, a cruel trickster. It lingers in the corners, stretches and bends, teasing us with moments that feel eternal. I can't shake the feeling that we are suspended, a triangle of tension, waiting for the other shoe to fall. The clock ticks, relentless, counting down the moments until the truth bursts forth like a dam breaking, flooding everything in its wake. Protecting us? Lucas scoffs, the bitterness in his voice a bitter tonic. Or protecting yourself? What's the difference? The question hangs heavy, laden with truth, and my heart sinks. I had thought I could shield them from the storm, but I was just as much a prisoner as they were. The silence grows thick, a barrier stronger than any wall. I remember the last time we stood together like this, before the world crumbled around us. The laughter, the dreams, the plans we painted across the canvas of our lives, all gone now, reduced to ashes in the face of my choices. Each heartbeat thrums in my ears, a reminder of the ticking clock, the countdown to the inevitable fallout. This is bigger than us, I finally say, trying to steady my voice. There are forces at play we don't even understand. A flicker of hope ignites within me, but it flickers like a candle in a tempest, struggling against the winds of uncertainty. Tara steps closer, her eyes searching mine, searching for something, understanding, perhaps, or forgiveness. Then tell us. Let us in. Her voice trembles, and I can see the cracks forming in her carefully constructed facade. I want to reach out, to bridge the chasm that has formed, but the fear festers within me, a gnawing beast that won't let me speak. I remember the stories our mother used to tell, tales of heroes and villains, of darkness and light. But this isn't a fairy tale, there are no neat endings, just a tangled web of consequences. The truth is a double-edged sword, and I'm terrified of the blood it will spill. Every secret has a price, I say, my voice barely a whisper. And I don't know if we can afford it. Outside, the storm rages on, the winds howl a ghostly lament. Each gust seems to carry the weight of our past, the echoes of laughter turn to cries of despair. I remember the moment I made the choice to protect them, to hide the truth, and it feels like a lifetime ago. The shadows in the corners of the room deepen, creeping closer, suffocating the light. What if it destroys us? Lucas asks, the pain in his voice a raw wound. I want to tell him it won't, that we'll survive, but the reality is like a knife at my throat. What if it doesn't? I counter, gripping the letter tighter, the paper crumpling under the pressure of my anxiety. The words are a weight, a burden, a truth that must be revealed. In that moment, the air shifts, a palpable tension crackling between us. I can feel the wall we built starting to crumble, brick by brick. The truths we've buried claw at the surface, desperate to break free. The clock ticks on, each second a reminder of the fragility of our bonds, the inevitability of revelation. And as I stand there, heart racing, breathless with the weight of my choices, I know this is just the beginning. The truth waits in the shadows, a looming presence eager to spill into the light, ready to shatter our world, ready to reveal everything. The air was thick with tension, heavy like a storm cloud ready to burst. I stood at the edge of the ruined amphitheater, the cold stones beneath my feet echoing the unsteady rhythm of my heart. Shadows whispered secrets only the dying light of day could hear. I could almost taste the bitterness of regret on my tongue, sharp and metallic, as if it were the blood of 1,000 battles fought in vain. There she was, Aphrodite, draped in an ethereal glow that both beckoned and repulsed, her laughter like shards of glass cutting through the stillness. Do you really think you can confront me? She taunted, her voice silken, yet it crackled with the electric charge of 1,000 broken promises. I felt the ground beneath me tremble in response, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of wills. Julius, my brother, stood beside me, his eyes aflame with a mix of fury and desperation. We had been drawn into this conflict, pulled like moths to the flame of her beauty, entranced but scorched by the reality of love and betrayal. His clenched fists trembled, and I knew he was fighting the urge to reach for the sword at his side. You think love is a game? He spat, the bitterness curling around his words like smoke. You manipulate hearts like they're pawns on a chessboard, but I will not be sacrificed for your amusement. I remembered the first time we met her, a chance encounter that felt like destiny pouring itself into the hollow spaces of our lives. She had danced into our world, a comet blazing across a dark sky, and we were two starry-eyed fools, ready to chase after her light without considering the burn. Now, as she stood before us, the very embodiment of allure and danger, that initial thrill twisted into something darker, a haunting melody that echoed the desperation of our hearts. "Ah, love," she cooed, her voice dripping with mockery. "What a fragile thing. You think it makes you strong, but it's the very chains that bind you." She stepped closer, and I could feel the heat radiating off her, an intoxicating scent of jasmine and danger mixed with the salt of the earth. My breath quickened, caught in the web of her presence, yet the familiar ache of betrayal clawed at my insides. "I remember every moment," I whispered, the words slipping from my lips like a prayer. "How you shattered us with a single glance, how you turned our lives into a twisted game. I remember the way you smiled when you promised us eternity, knowing all along you would tear it apart." As the memories flooded back, each one a dagger in my heart, the shadows around us thickened. The amphitheater felt alive, the walls whispering the echoes of past lovers, battles waged for passion and pride. I could almost hear the ghostly laughter of those who had come before us, their dreams lost in the haze of ambition and desire. "Julius," I said, my voice barely a whisper against the roaring tide of emotion, "we can't let her win. We can't let her drown us in her allure." But deep down, I felt the weight of my own longing for her, an insidious serpent coiling around my heart, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. He turned to me, desperation etched on his face, the shadows pulling taut around us as if the air itself was conspiring against our resolve. "We must break her hold. You must face her alone. I cannot bear to watch you be consumed by her any longer." His voice cracked, and for a moment, I saw a flicker of the boy he used to be, the one who believed in fairy tales and happily ever afters, before the world turned dark. "Aphrodite!" I shouted, my voice ringing through the ruins, a clarion call against the chaos. "You may have ensnared us, but we will not be your puppets. This is not a story you control." I stepped forward, every heartbeat a drum in my chest, echoing the resolve I was forging from the shards of despair. "Oh, sweet child," she crooned, an unsettling smile gracing her lips, "you think yourself brave, but bravery is just ignorance wrapped in arrogance. Love is my weapon. Your hearts are my playground." The shadows danced around her as she swayed, and I could see the mirage of affection in her eyes flicker like a candle in a storm. I could feel the past rise in me, the moments when I had chosen her over everything, my family, my dreams, my very sense of self. I was a moth, and she was the flame, yet I refused to be consumed. "You've taken enough from us," I said, my voice steadier now, fueled by the pain of loss and the desire for freedom. "You will not take any more." The air crackled with unspoken challenges, the silence vibrating with the weight of inevitable confrontation. I could see the darkness swirling at the edges of her light, the vulnerability that she tried to mask behind her divine facade. Beneath her beauty lay a terror of loneliness, an ache I felt deep within my own soul. "What are you afraid of?" I pressed, daring to peel back the layers of her armor. "Are you afraid of being alone?" For the briefest moment, her expression faltered, and I saw a flicker of something raw and real. It was gone as quickly as it came, swallowed by her laughter, a sound that echoed through the amphitheater, a haunting melody that promised both pleasure and pain. And in that moment, I understood. This was not just a confrontation, it was an unveiling. We were all caught in the web of our desires, spinning around each other like celestial bodies drawn to a sun. But I refused to be burned any longer. "Let us end this," I declared, my voice rising against the cacophony of fear and desire that swirled around us. "We will break your spell. This is our moment, not yours." The tension coiled tighter, an invisible force locking us in place, hearts pounding like war drums. The shadows seemed to thicken, swirling in anticipation, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the fateful clash that would change everything. Aphrodite's laughter echoed in the fading light, while I felt the universe shifting around us, aligning in ways we couldn't comprehend. This battle was not just for our hearts, it was for our very souls. And deep down, beneath the layers of conflict and longing, I felt a surge of hope. The air crackled like a live wire, the kind of electricity that thrums just before a storm breaks. I stood at the edge of that bridge, heart racing, the ground beneath me trembling with the weight of unspoken words and unresolved histories. The ancient stones, slick with rain, glistened like tear-stained cheeks, reflecting the dim light of a fading sun that seemed to mourn the day. Shadows loomed, lurking where sunlight dared not reach, whispering promises of pain and solace. I could see them through the haze, two figures caught in a bitter dance. Elena, her fiery hair a wild halo around her face, stood taut as a bowstring. Every muscle in her was coiled, ready to snap. Across from her, Lucas, hands shoved deep into his pockets, the very picture of a man torn between his past and the future that felt more like a shackle than a promise. His eyes darted around, searching for an escape, as if the shadows themselves had come alive to claim him. I remember the way the air tasted, metallic and sharp, filled with the promise of impending chaos. It was impossible not to be drawn in, not to feel the weight of the moment as it hung thick between them. It was a standoff, charged with all the words that had gone unspoken, all the trust that had been shattered into a million irretrievable pieces. "Do you even understand what you've done?" Elena's voice cracked, a thin veneer of rage barely concealing the quiver of despair beneath. Each syllable sliced through the silence, sharp and echoing, as palpable as the cold breeze that swept across the bridge, a stark reminder of the chasm that had formed between them. Lucas flinched but stood firm. "I was trying to protect you," he said, though his voice was a whisper, a pleading echo in the vast space that had opened between them. Desperation clung to him like a second skin, but there was more. Underneath that desperation ran an undercurrent of guilt, winding through every word, every gesture. "Protect me?" Elena scoffed, her laughter bitter and hollow. "You threw me to the wolves and called it love." Each word felt like a punch to the gut, a reminder of the betrayal that had twisted their lives into this unbearable knot. I watched as grief and anger warred within her, a storm that mirrored the brewing tempest in the sky above. The world shivered around us, the wind a cacophony of whispers, carrying echoes of lost trust, each gust a reminder of past betrayals and broken promises. I could feel the weight of their history pressing down upon us, the way it hung heavy like fog that refuses to lift, swirling around their feet, trapping them in a moment that threatened to crush them both. Lucas took a step forward, the bridge creaking beneath him as if it too were an unwilling participant. "Elena, please. I know I messed up. But we can make this right. Together." The sincerity in his eyes flickered like a candle in a storm, fighting against the gales of resentment that threatened to extinguish it. "Together." The word fell from her lips like lead. "You think we can be together after everything?" She shook her head, the fiery strands of her hair falling like a curtain of despair. "You don't get to decide that, Lucas. You don't get to choose when to care." I felt the tension coil tighter, a noose ready to tighten around their hearts, squeezing out the love that had once sparked between them. With every heartbeat, I could hear the clock ticking down to an inevitable confrontation, a reckoning that loomed as large as the gathering storm clouds above. Elena took a step back, her vulnerability raw and exposed. I remember the way we used to laugh, the nights that stretched into dawn, filled with dreams and silly promises. Her voice faltered, and the facade of strength began to crumble. "Where did that go?" The question hung in the air, heavy and dripping with sorrow. Lucas's expression shifted, a flash of regret washing over him. "It's still there," he pleaded, desperation creeping into his tone. "We can build a bridge, Elena. I swear it. But we have to start somewhere." His hands trembled, and in that moment, I saw him, the man not just burdened by his mistakes, but paralyzed by the weight of his heart's desire to heal. But how do you rebuild trust when the foundation shatters? I felt the weight of their pain pressing against my chest, echoing the struggles of countless souls caught in the throes of love and betrayal. The silence between them stretched, a chasm that felt insurmountable, teetering on the brink of collapse. Then, in that haunting stillness, I heard it, a distant rumble that reverberated like the memories of laughter turned to ghosts. The storm had arrived, the first drops of rain drumming against the stone, a rhythmic reminder of the inevitability of change. The world shifted, as if nature itself was holding its breath, waiting for a decision, a moment of truth.
Do you think love is enough?
Elena's voice trembled, the question spilling from her lips like a fragile promise. After everything we've lost? It has to be, Lucas replied, his voice steady now, as the storm raged around us. It has to be enough to build something new, something stronger. I could feel the weight of that moment, a fragile hope wrapped in fear, each heartbeat echoing the intensity of their struggle. Would they falter and fall into the abyss, or would they find the strength to trust again, to step forward into the storm together? As the first clap of thunder pierced the air, the ground beneath us shook, a reminder of the tempest that raged both above and within. The rain began to pour, an unrelenting cascade that blurred the lines of their pain and hope, washing away the old and demanding that they find a way to fight for the new. And in that torrential downpour, as the bridge began to tremble with the weight of their shared history, I knew this was just the beginning. Trust is not a destination. It is a bridge that we build again and again, even as the storms rage around us, each step a fragile testament to the resilience of the heart. Their story was far from over. It was a haunting symphony of love, loss, and the relentless pursuit of connection. I held my breath, caught in the web of their raw emotion, teetering on the edge of revelation, praying for the moment when they would choose to cross that bridge, together. The air was electric, crackling with the kind of tension that could ignite the very stars overhead. A single raindrop hung suspended in the moment, caught on the edge of a leaf, and then it fell, splat, breaking the silence, sending echoes through the alleyway like a gunshot. Shadows danced in the flickering light of a dying street lamp, each flicker a heartbeat, each heartbeat a reminder that time was slipping away. I was there, pressed against the cold, damp brick wall, my breath shallow, a thief in the night. My heart pounded like a war drum, and I swore I could hear my own pulse thrumming in my ears, drowning everything else out. I held my breath, straining to listen as footsteps approached, heavy and relentless. It wasn't just the enemy out there, it was the fear clawing at my gut, whispering doubts, taunting me. What if no one came to help? Then I spotted her. Clara, with her raven hair whipping in the wind, her eyes fierce and unyielding. She was a storm, a tempest of courage and fury. I had never seen anyone like her, not even in my wildest dreams. But dreams had a way of turning sour, didn't they? And here we were, standing on the precipice of disaster. I remember, she muttered under her breath, words slipping through clenched teeth. I remember the warmth of home, the laughter before all this hell. Her eyes were glazed with memories, pain swirling just beneath the surface. Her hand trembled, and I could almost taste the salt of her tears in the air, mixed with the scent of rain. Home. It was a foreign concept now, a ghost that haunted us both. Clara, I whispered, fear a thick weight in my throat. We can't dwell on the past. Not now. But those words hung between us, fragile, cracking under the weight of truth. How could I tell her that I was terrified, that every step felt like walking on glass? That the world around us was teetering on the edge, ready to shatter? Just then, a shrill scream sliced through the night, raw and desperate. My blood turned to ice. It was her brother, Ethan. I didn't remember how I knew, but I felt it deep in my bones, a gut instinct that left no doubt. They were coming for him. And with him, they'd come for us too. Stay close, I urged, pulling Clara to my side. Together, we stepped into the alley, shadows swirling around us like a shroud. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down, the darkness wrapping its fingers around my throat, squeezing tighter. Ethan. Clara's voice was a blade, cutting through the chaos, sharp and clear. Where are you? He emerged from the darkness, breathless, eyes wide like saucers, cheeks streaked with dirt and tears. The moment our gazes locked, something shifted. I saw it then, the bond between them, forged in the fires of loss and fear. But fear had a way of twisting things, turning allies into enemies, friends into ghosts. Run, he gasped, stumbling towards us, but not before I heard them, the distant growl of engines, heavy boots pounding the pavement, relentless, unforgiving. They're coming, I said, the words spilling from my lips like blood from a wound. We need to hide. In the confusion, a glimmer of hope flickered in Clara's eyes, but it was dim, almost too fragile to hold. I remember the garden," she whispered, her voice shaking. "The one behind the old church. We can," but I shook my head. "We can't go there. It's too obvious." "Then where?" Ethan cried, desperation pooling in his voice, his innocence in stark contrast to the chaos surrounding us. I didn't have an answer, only the gnawing ache of uncertainty. We were trapped in this nightmare, like a moth caught in a web, and every instinct told me to fight, to flee, but where? And then, out of the shadows, a figure emerged, tall, cloaked, with a presence that felt almost ethereal. My breath caught in my throat as I squinted, unsure if I was seeing things. "Follow me," the figure said, voice smooth like silk yet laced with the grit of the streets. "I know a place." A flicker of hope ignited within me, but wariness crept in. Who was this stranger, and could they truly be trusted? But time was slipping away, the air thickening with every heartbeat. "Clara," I said, my gaze locked on her, searching for any sign of doubt. "What do you think?" She hesitated, glancing between Ethan and me, the weight of the world pressing down on her thin shoulders. "We have to risk it," she finally said, her resolve hardening like steel. And just like that, we were propelled into the unknown, following this enigmatic savior through the tangled maze of alleyways. The shadows seemed to whisper secrets, the echoes of our footsteps resonating like a heartbeat in the dark. Every corner we turned felt like a gamble against fate, the air heavy with unsaid words, as if the universe itself held its breath. And then, just as quickly as it began, a sound shattered the fragile silence, a cacophony of chaos, the roar of engines and the shouts of men. "Stop," a voice barked, and my heart plummeted. The world slowed, time stretching as we turned, and in that fleeting second, everything changed. They were there, figures clad in darkness, faces obscured. They were hunting us, shadows hunting shadows, and I could feel the dread pooling in my stomach. But we pushed on, driven by adrenaline, hearts racing, fear pulsing in our veins. And in that moment of flight, something remarkable happened. The stranger who had led us here turned, eyes fierce and alive. "Trust your instincts, remember who you are," they urged, voice resonating with a depth that felt almost cosmic. And as the ground shook beneath us, as the night threatened to swallow us whole, I realized that allies could emerge from the most unforeseen places, like stars born from the void. I knew, in that heart-stopping second, that we were not just fighting for survival, we were reclaiming ourselves, each of us a flickering flame against the encroaching darkness, each of us more than mere players in a twisted game. But the moment was fleeting, eclipsed by a roar of chaos, the shadows closing in, and I could only cling to the fragile threads of hope, knowing that the true battle had only just begun. The clock struck midnight, the sound echoing through the empty streets like a heartbeat that dared to defy the silence. I stood in the shadows, heart racing, each thud a reminder of what lay ahead. The air was thick with tension, a whisper of something unspeakable lurking just beyond the veil of the night. I remember how the cobblestones glistened under the pale moonlight, reflecting the uncertainty in my soul. It was there, in that desolate alley, that I felt the weight of my choices pressed down on me like a stone. Evelyn was waiting, her silhouette framed by the flickering lanterns that struggled against the night. She looked fragile, a wisp of a woman caught in a tempest, yet there was a fire in her eyes that could ignite worlds. I remember thinking how beautiful she was, even as despair clawed at her throat. "You came," she breathed, voice trembling, a fragile promise hanging in the air. But I could see the doubt swimming in her gaze, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. "I would follow you to hell and back," I whispered, trying to sound brave, trying to drown out the cacophony of fear that echoed in my mind. My fingers brushed against the dagger hidden beneath my cloak, a cold reminder of the price I would pay for love. Sacrifice, the word hung between us like a ghost, haunting and inevitable. It was a price we were both unwilling to face, yet here we stood, teetering on the edge of disaster. As we stepped deeper into the shadows, every breath felt heavy, laden with unspoken words and unfulfilled promises. I remember the way the night wrapped around us, thick like a shroud, concealing our fears as we moved toward the heart of the city, the heart of our doom. I could hear the distant laughter of revelers, oblivious to the darkness creeping ever closer. So many lives untouched by the choices we had made, and yet the weight of it all sat squarely on our shoulders.
Are you sure about this?
Evelyn's voice quivered, her vulnerability slashing through the air like a knife. The question wasn't just about the mission ahead, it was about us, about the lengths we were willing to go to salvage the fraying threads of our love. I wanted to say yes, to reassure her, but doubt gnawed at my insides. "I will do what I must," I replied, the conviction in my voice wavering. We moved past the glimmering lights, into the yawning darkness where the echoes of the past whispered secrets. I remembered the first time we met, laughter shared over spilled wine, the warmth of her hand brushing against mine. Those moments felt like a lifetime ago, yet they pulsed in my memory like a raw wound, fresh and aching. Would I be able to protect those memories, those fleeting glimpses of joy, when the shadows closed in? The city loomed ahead, a labyrinth of stone and secrets. And therein lay Victor, the architect of our impending chaos. He had once been a friend, but betrayal twisted the bond we shared into something grotesque. I could feel my blood boiling at the thought of him, and I had to remind myself of the cost of vengeance. Love's true cost was not just sacrifice, it was the loss of innocence, the shedding of who we once were. I could see Victor's face in my mind, that smug grin that had once charmed us both. It was a face that now haunted me, a reminder that love could turn to ash in an instant. "Tell me you're ready," Evelyn urged, breaking my reverie, her eyes searching mine for a glimmer of hope. I wanted to tell her that love would be enough, that we could fight our way through the darkness, but the truth was that I was scared of losing her, scared of losing myself. "I'm ready," I finally said, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. As we approached the entrance to the underground lair, I could feel the pulsating energy of fear and adrenaline coursing through my veins. I remembered the stories of heroes and villains, of love conquering all, and I wanted desperately to believe that ours could be one of those tales. But the air crackled with tension, a reminder of the precarious balance we danced upon. The door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit room pulsing with shadows, and I felt the weight of destiny pressing in around us. And then he appeared, Victor, a spectre from my past, his laughter echoing like a death knell. "Ah, the lover's return," he said, voice dripping with mockery. It sent a shiver down my spine. I could see Evelyn flinch beside me, her grip tightening on my arm. We had walked into a trap, a cruel game orchestrated by a puppet master who knew our every move. I felt the air grow heavy with despair, the realization settling in like a leaden cloud. In that moment, time froze, stretched thin like an ancient tapestry unraveling at the seams. I was caught between what was and what could have been, between a past filled with laughter and a future darkened by the spectre of sacrifice. "I remember," I whispered, the words slipping from my lips like a prayer. "I remember the warmth of your smile, the sweetness of stolen kisses." But those memories felt like shards of glass now, cutting deep and serving as a reminder of the pain I had to confront. Victor's eyes gleamed with a predatory hunger, and I knew in that instant that he would stop at nothing to destroy us. My heart raced, every beat pounding in my ears, drowning out the whispers of doubt. I had to act, had to protect what was left of us. "You think you can take her from me?" I spat, the heat of anger igniting within me, swirling into something fierce and unyielding. I could feel Evelyn's presence beside me, a tether anchoring me to hope. "I won't let you," I gasped, the words spilling into the air like a declaration of war. In that moment, we were two souls entwined in defiance, standing tall against the shadows that threatened to consume us. My resolve solidified, and I understood, love wasn't just about sacrifice, it was about the fight to keep that love alive, no matter the cost. But as the confrontation loomed, the weight of our choices hung like a guillotine above us, a reminder that every action has its consequence. I was prepared to face the darkness, to stand against the tide, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning, a prelude to a storm that would test the very essence of who we were. Time was running out, and the clock continued its relentless ticking, each second a reminder of what was at stake. We were ready to step into the abyss, hearts pounding, breaths shallow, and love cradled tightly in our hands, a flickering flame in a world too eager to extinguish it. The journey of sacrifice had begun, and together, we would face whatever awaited us in the shadows. The siren screamed, a cacophony of chaos that rattled the bones of the city. The air thrummed with tension, thick and oppressive, like a storm waiting to break. I stood frozen, my breath hitching as I watched the flickering shadows dance across the street, dark wraiths against the backdrop of flickering streetlights. The sky was bruised, a canvas of swirling grays, ripe with the promise of rain, or something worse. Across the pavement, Rachel cradled a child in her arms, a tiny bundle wrapped in a threadbare blanket, the edges tattered like her hopes. Her eyes, wide and haunted, flicked from the flames to the faces surrounding her, desperate for an anchor in the tempest. I remember the way her hands trembled, fingers brushing the child's forehead with the gentleness of a moth's wing. "Please, help us," she whispered, a plea that shattered the air. The world held its breath. And then there was Marcus, just a few steps away, his heart a storm of conflicting emotions. He was a man carved from shadows, burdened by choices that haunted him like ghosts. He fought the urge to move closer, to reach out, but the weight of his past held him back, a heavy shroud he couldn't shake. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of recognition as he locked onto Rachel's gaze, memories playing like a film reel in his mind, each frame a stab of pain. "Rachel," he said, voice cracking, barely above a whisper. "What happened?" My sister," her breath hitched, eyes brimming with unshed tears. I couldn't save her. I thought I could. But the fire, the word hung in the air, a ghost of anguish that twisted around us, tightening its grip. The flames roared in the distance, a monstrous beast that consumed everything in its path. I could see the flicker of it in her eyes, the way it echoed her despair, a consuming fire that left nothing but ashes. Time slowed, the seconds stretching into an eternity. Around us, the world was chaos, people rushing, faces contorted in fear, but here, in this moment, nothing existed outside Rachel and Marcus. Their connection, a fragile thread, vibrated with unspoken history, years of laughter, pain, and dreams shared, now marred by a gaping chasm of loss. "Rachel, please, let me help," Marcus implored, his voice raw, the words tearing from his throat like a desperate plea for redemption. But fear gripped him, a clawing beast that whispered doubt into the corners of his mind. What could he possibly do? He had been running from his demons for so long, drowning in a sea of regret. "I don't want to lose anyone else," Rachel gasped, the weight of her words crashing over him like a tidal wave. "Please," the flames erupted, a wild creature clawing at the sky. The light flickered, illuminating faces, some twisted in anguish, others glimmering with a fierce resolve. I felt the pulse of the city, the heartbeat of its people, drawing us closer together, binding us in collective grief and determination. There was something primal in the air, a flickering ember of hope amidst the despair. I remember the way the smoke curled like fingers reaching for the stars, blocking out the light, suffocating. I remember how it wrapped around my throat, tightening, squeezing out every breath until I thought I would choke on my own fear. And yet here was Rachel, standing steadfast, a lighthouse in the storm, her heart a beacon of compassion. "Marcus," Rachel said, voice trembling but resolute. "You can't let fear control you. You have to choose to be brave." Those words struck him like lightning, igniting a fire within, one that battled against the shadows. He took a step forward, then another, until he was beside her, shoulder to shoulder. The distance between them shrank, the warmth of shared history pulsing like a heartbeat, connecting them in a way that felt almost sacred. Together, they took a breath, the air thick with smoke and sorrow, and launched into action. The world around them blurred, faces melting into a cacophony of sound and color. They moved as one, a single entity forged from shared pain and fierce love, a force driven by desperation, raw and untamed. I could see them in my mind, the way they ran toward the flames, arms outstretched, hearts pounding with the weight of their resolve. I remember the whispers of those they passed, murmurs of disbelief, words that fell away like leaves in autumn. But they pressed on, driven by an unfathomable desire to save the innocent, to bring light into the darkness. As they reached the building, the flames clawed higher, a demonic entity consuming everything in its path. I could feel the heat radiating, the air shimmering with uncertainty. And in that moment, time slowed again, stretching out like the shadows under the flickering streetlights. Every heartbeat echoed in my ears, laced with fear and determination. Then Rachel turned to Marcus, her eyes fierce and bright, a bonfire reflected in their depths. "You can't save everyone, but you can save someone. That's enough." He nodded, a tremor of understanding coursing through him, a flame of hope igniting in the pit of his stomach. In that moment, he grasped the truth: compassion was a light that could pierce even the darkest night. It wasn't about the grand gestures. Sometimes, the smallest act of kindness could spark a revolution, a ripple that would echo through time. And as they plunged into the inferno, the flames licking at their heels, I felt it, a surge of emotion, a wave crashing over me. I remember thinking that perhaps, just perhaps, in the depths of despair, compassion was the truest act of rebellion. The heat enveloped them, and I held my breath, heart racing, waiting, hoping. In the darkness of disaster, they moved like phantoms, silhouettes interwoven with anguish and bravery. I couldn't look away, each moment a heartbeat, each heartbeat a promise. The light of compassion shone through the smoke, beckoning us all to act, to love, to be brave in the face of fear. But the night was far from over, and shadows loomed, waiting for their turn. The air was electric, heavy with anticipation, and as the flames roared, I knew this wasn't the end. There was more to come, more heartbreak, more courage, and above all, more acts of kindness waiting to break free in the heart of despair. The air was thick with unspoken words, a silence so profound it felt like the world had paused, holding its breath. In the shimmering darkness, the soft glow of the moon cast ghostly shadows across the ancient ruins, remnants of a love both transcendent and tragic. A chill crawled up my spine as I stood there, heart racing, feeling the weight of fate pressing down upon me. Eros, the god of love, stood just a breath away, his blue eyes brimming with untold stories of longing, pain, and the raw, desperate need for connection. I remember the moment he first touched me, a fleeting caress that ignited a fire deep within my soul. But now, standing at the precipice of everything I feared, the echoes of our past reverberated in the air like a haunting melody. "Where are you?" I whispered, my voice trembling, as if the very act of speaking could shatter the fragile sliver of hope that clung to my heart. Eros turned, his face a canvas of anguish and yearning. "I thought I lost you," he gasped, the words spilling from his lips like a prayer. But the distance between us felt insurmountable, an abyss forged by misunderstanding and heartache, a chasm that had widened with each unspoken truth. My heart ached at the sight of him, the beautiful god of love, stripped of his divine armor, rendered vulnerable by the very emotions he wielded so effortlessly. "Your mother," I breathed, the name hanging heavy between us, a ghost that refused to fade. "She cursed us, Eros." The mention of her name sent a shiver coursing through both of us, a reminder of the chaos that had engulfed our lives. There was no denying the truth, Aphrodite's wrath had scattered us like ashes in the wind, leaving us grasping at shadows of what once was. "I can fight her," he said, his voice low and fierce, a spark igniting in his eyes. "For you, I would face the fires of Hades." The fierceness in his gaze made my heart flutter, yet beneath it lay a darkness, a fear that gnawed at my insides. What if this fight consumed him? A sudden rustle in the shadows startled me, the sound snapping the tension taut. My breath quickened, and I felt the familiar, gnawing dread clawing at my chest. "What if we're not meant to be?" I blurted, the words spilling forth like a dam breaking. "What if the universe has decided we're just stars passing in the night?" His expression shifted, a mixture of pain and determination lacing his features. "No. I refuse to believe that. We're more than a cosmic accident, Psyche. We are what?" I interrupted, my voice rising, fear spilling into anger. "We are two broken souls trying to stitch together a love that was never meant to survive." I could feel the walls closing in, the ruins around us bearing witness to our unraveling. My heart screamed for him, yet my mind warned me of the dangers lurking in the darkness, of the shadows that whispered promises of despair. Eros stepped closer, reaching for my hand, his touch both grounding and electrifying. "I remember you," he murmured, his voice a soft caress. "I remember the way you laughed, the way your eyes lit up when you spoke of your dreams. You are the light in this darkness, Psyche." Each word felt like a spell, weaving our fractured connection together, yet still, doubt lingered in the corners of my mind, like a phantom refusing to fade. "Do you really think your mother will let us be?" I whispered, my heart aching with uncertainty. She has the power to destroy us, Eros. We're nothing but pawns in her game. The fates have spun our thread, he replied, his voice steady, but I could see the tremor in his hands. But we are the weavers. Together, we can rewrite our destiny. But in the depths of my soul, I knew the stakes were higher than either of us could bear. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, memories of our past intermingling with the present, a swirling tempest of love and loss. I remember the taste of his lips, the warmth of his embrace, the way he made me feel invincible. But I also remembered the ache of separation, the haunting silence that echoed in the void he left behind. And then it hit me, a realization so profound it threatened to shatter the very core of my being. Love was not merely a feeling, it was a battlefield, a relentless struggle against the very forces that sought to tear us apart. I looked into Eros's eyes and saw the reflection of my own turmoil, the fear of losing him again, the terror of what our love might cost us. Let's fight together, I said, the words escaping my lips like a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. We'll face your mother, we'll face the darkness and the uncertainty. If I must walk through the fires of hell, I'll do it for you, for us. The resolve in my voice surprised even me, fueled by the fierce love that coursed through my veins like molten lava. Eros's eyes brightened, a flicker of hope igniting amidst the shadows. Together, he echoed, a promise woven into the fabric of our connection. And as I clasped his hand, the world around us faded into insignificance. The haunting ruins, the ghosts of our past, the lurking shadows, they all melted away, leaving only the undeniable truth of our bond. But as we stepped forward into the unknown, the weight of reality pressed upon us like a heavy shroud. We were two souls entwined, standing at the edge of fate, but with every step, the shadows loomed larger, the darkness deeper. And somewhere, in the depths of that night, the cosmos churned with a thunderous promise, whispering of trials yet to come. I remember standing there, hand in hand with the god of love, the warmth of his skin a balm against the chill of despair. I remember the pulse of my heart, quickening with each breath, as we prepared to confront the tempest that awaited us, and I knew, deep down, that this was only the beginning. Thunder rumbled through the night sky, a primal growl that echoed the chaos in Sophia's heart. Lightning split the heavens, illuminating the ancient stone altar where the gods had once whispered their secrets. She stood breathless, her pulse racing, caught between the weight of sacrifice and the thrill of forbidden love. The air crackled with a tension that felt alive, as if the universe itself held its breath, watching, waiting. "Why did you come, Sophia?" Elias's voice sliced through the tumult, each word raw with urgency. He stepped closer, his dark eyes flickering like the distant stars, brave yet haunted by shadows of their past. "This isn't a game. It's a curse." As the world around them twisted in shadows, Sophia felt the heat of his body, the warmth of their shared memories, a summer festival where they danced under the sun, laughter spilling like wine. But that was before the whispers began, before the prophecy turned their love into a weapon, a tool for celestial reckoning. "I remember," she said, her voice shaky, caught between fear and defiance. "I remember the stories, that God's blessing could bring peace. But peace was a fragile thing, a mirage that danced just beyond reach." Her heart clenched at the thought of losing him, of losing everything they had dreamed. "We were fools to think it could be ours," Elias replied, anger threading through his grief. "Fools to believe the gods would spare us." He stepped back, the distance between them growing heavier than the storm clouds above. Each heartbeat echoed in her chest, a relentless drum urging her to fight for what they had. The altar loomed behind them, carved with ancient runes, each symbol a reminder of the sacrifices made in the name of love and power. She could almost hear the chants of long-gone priests, feel the weight of their desperation. Would their fate mirror those who had come before? "Elias, please," she pleaded, stepping forward, desperate to bridge the chasm that fear had woven between them. "We can make them listen. We can turn the tide." But the flicker of hope in his eyes dimmed, replaced by a storm of doubt. "What if they demand more than we can give? What if they ask for your soul?" The question hung between them like a thick fog, suffocating and inevitable. Sophia shivered, the cold creeping in, wrapping around her like a shroud. She thought of her mother, of the sacrifices she had made, of the warmth that used to fill their home, now an echo of laughter swallowed by despair. "I would give anything," she whispered, the admission a dagger to her heart. "But I won't lose you." Her voice quivered with the weight of her promise. The bittersweet taste of desperation lingered on her tongue. Suddenly, an ear-splitting crack echoed through the night, ripping the sky open as a bolt of lightning struck the altar, sending sparks flying like shattered dreams. A swirling maelstrom of light and shadow erupted, wrapping around them both, dragging them into the heart of the storm. She felt his hand slip from hers, the panic rising, a cry caught in her throat. "Elias!" The world spun, time folding in on itself like a sinister origami. Memories flooded her senses, sun-drenched fields, whispered secrets shared beneath the stars, the taste of his lips. Each fragment was a piece of their love, fractured but beautiful, a tapestry of what they had built together. And yet, in that moment of swirling chaos, she felt the cracks spreading, threatening to consume them both. Together, he shouted, the word a lifeline thrown into the tempest, reaching for her through the chaos. "We hold the power of the gods. We're not alone in this." His voice steadied her, igniting a fierce resolve in her heart. They were more than just pawns in a divine game. They were the flickering flame against the darkness. She reached for him once more, her fingers brushing against his, a spark igniting the electric air around them. In that instant, the storm quieted, the chaos stilled, and the two stood before an ethereal vision. A figure materialized within the swirling light, a goddess of old with eyes like molten gold. Her presence radiated authority, yet there was a gentleness in the curve of her smile, a haunting beauty that chilled Sophia's bones. "Children of the earth," the goddess spoke, her voice a melody that felt both foreign and familiar. "You seek the blessing, yet you are mired in doubt. Do you dare embrace the celestial union?" Sophia felt the weight of countless souls pressing down on them, the hopes and fears of those who had come before, who had dared to ask for mercy and love. Memories of those who had sacrificed for power, only to find themselves ensnared by their desires, surged in her mind. "I dare," Sophia breathed, the words spilling forth like a prayer. "I dare to love him, to risk everything." Elias stood beside her, his presence steady, a lighthouse in the storm. "We will not bow to the shadows of this world," he declared, voice rising, fierce and unyielding. "Our love is our strength." The goddess tilted her head, studying them, and for a heartbeat, Sophia felt the world shrink to just the three of them, their hearts pulsing in rhythm, the air thick with possibility. "Then the blessing shall be yours," the goddess whispered, a warning gleaming in her eyes. "But know this, the price of such power is steep. You will face the darkness that comes with it." The words lingered in the air, heavy with implications. Shadows flickered at the edges of their vision, whispering promises and threats as the storm's winds began to rise again. Sophia's heart hammered in her chest, uncertainty clawing at her throat. "I remember," she thought, a refrain echoing through her mind. "I remember the stories. I remember the sacrifices." Time folded, the storm surged, and they stood at the precipice, the line between love and sacrifice blurring as the blessing of the gods enveloped them. Desperation intertwined with hope, fear eclipsed by fierce devotion. And in that moment, as the cosmos trembled, they were but two souls entwined in a celestial dance, teetering on the edge of eternity, a heartbeat away from destiny, the shadows closing in, yet their love a beacon shining bright against the encroaching darkness. What lay ahead was a mystery wrapped in the folds of fate. But together, they were unbreakable, ready to confront whatever the gods demanded. The storm roared again, and the world turned, but they held fast, refusing to let go. The clock ticked with a slow, deliberate pulse. Each second echoed through the empty room, a haunting reminder that time was slipping away. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, staring at the photograph taped to the peeling wall. It was a candid shot of us, laughing, the sun setting behind us, golden light wrapping around our silhouettes like a promise. That moment felt so far away now, as if it belonged to someone else, a ghost of happiness haunting the edges of my mind. I blinked, and the world around me blurred, the shadows creeping closer, whispering secrets of what had gone wrong. In the corner, Jess sat hunched over, her fingers trembling as they traced the rim of her wine glass. She was a tempest of confusion, a storm waiting to break, and I could see her pain mirrored in the haunted look in her eyes. I remembered how we used to dance in the kitchen, listening to music only we could hear, our bodies moving in sync, hearts beating in rhythm. But now, the silence between us felt deafening, filled with unsaid words and unhealed wounds. "Do you remember the time we got lost in the city?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper, an invocation of the past, a desperate attempt to tether us to something real. Her gaze flickered, a spark of recognition. "We ended up at that weird diner," she replied, a faint smile breaking through her somber expression. "The one with the neon signs and greasy fries." "Yeah," I chuckled softly, the memory wrapping around me like a warm blanket. "We thought we'd found the best burger in the world. Turns out it was just a heart attack on a plate." We both laughed, but it was brittle, shattering against the weight of everything left unsaid. The laughter echoed in the empty space between us, a fleeting reminder of how fleeting beauty could be. But as the laughter died, the air thickened once more, heavy with the ghosts of our unspoken fears. I shifted my weight, the floorboards creaking beneath me like an old man sighing in the middle of the night. "I thought love was supposed to be simple," I murmured, my voice a fragile thread. "That it was just us against the world." Jess's eyes narrowed, a flash of anger igniting the shadows within them. "It was never simple. Love is chaos wrapped in a beautiful package, a beautiful lie." Her words sliced through the air, raw and jagged, and I bristled at the truth they carried. "Maybe we let the chaos win," I said, feeling the truth of it settle like a stone in my stomach. "I remember when we first met. That spark, that electric connection. It was like the universe had conspired to bring us together, like the stars had aligned. Or maybe it was just a trick of the light." Her voice trembled, and I felt the air shift again, a tremor of uncertainty coursing through the room. I stepped closer, the shadows shrouding us in a strange intimacy. But we felt it, didn't we? The way our souls collided, the way we could finish each other's sentences. That was real. It was beautiful. "Beautiful doesn't mean it lasts," she shot back, tears glistening in her eyes like shards of glass. "It was just an illusion, a fleeting moment that we clung to like a lifebuoy in a storm. But storms come, and they tear everything apart." The words struck, and I felt the weight of every moment we had lost compressed into the silence that followed. I wanted to scream, to rage against the unfairness of it all. I wanted to shake her, to make her see us. The love we built, the laughter, the warmth that once throbbed in our veins. "Why can't you see it?" I pleaded, my heart racing. "Why can't you see that we still have something worth fighting for?" She buried her face in her hands, and I saw the shadows retreat momentarily, revealing the vulnerability behind her tough exterior. "I don't know if I can fight anymore," she whispered, her voice cracking like ice underfoot. "I'm tired of fighting for something that feels like it's slipping away." "Then let's not fight against each other." I reached out, my fingers brushing her arm, a tentative touch that spoke volumes of my desperation. "Let's fight together. For us. For whatever this is, whatever we have left." Her gaze met mine, a mixture of fear and yearning swirling in the depths of her eyes. I craved that connection, the raw pulse of unfiltered emotion, but it flickered like a dying flame, and I felt a chill creep up my spine. "Do you believe in fate?" I asked suddenly, the question echoing in the quiet space between us. She blinked, her expression unreadable. "Fate? Yeah. The idea that some things are meant to be. That maybe, just maybe, we were meant to find each other. That we were meant to feel this." I gestured wildly, encompassing everything, the love, the pain, the chaos. Her silence was thunderous, the weight of her indecision pressing down on us like a heavy shroud. I could almost hear the ticking clock counting down our chances, its hands moving relentlessly toward an uncertain future. "I don't know if I believe in fate anymore," she said finally, her voice small, as if the admission could crush her. "Love is messy. It's not always beautiful. Maybe it's in the mess where we find the true essence of it." I reached for her hand, and this time, she let me. Fingers entwined, warmth surged between us, a flicker of hope igniting in the darkness. And just like that, the world collapsed around us, the shadows closing in, but there we stood, two imperfect souls caught in the turbulent sea of our emotions, fighting for love that stretched beyond the mere physical, grasping for something that felt like home. The clock ticked on, relentless, but we were suspended in that moment. The chaos danced around us, but in that heartbeat, we remembered what it felt like to love and to be loved, a desperate grasp at the fleeting, ethereal nature of existence. The universe swirled around us, and the weight of our hearts intertwined with the cosmos, connecting us in a way that transcended the very essence of love. And as the night deepened, the shadows whispered promises, secrets waiting to unfold in the quiet corners of our hearts. The clock struck midnight, its sound a haunting echo through the cavernous halls of the ancient castle. Shadows danced along the walls, flickering in the dim light of scattered torches. I stood in the heart of the labyrinthine corridors, breathless and trembling, a storm of emotion swirling within me. The air was thick with the scent of damp stone and something sweeter, more intoxicating, a ghostly perfume that whispered of long-lost love. Eros lingered nearby, his presence a palpable weight, his golden bow gleaming ominously in the darkness. He was the god of desire, yet tonight he was more like a spectre, a remnant of dreams that once felt alive, now twisted by the cruel hands of fate. I watched him as he paced, a tempest of frustration. His brows knitted together, eyes aflame with an intensity that threatened to scorch everything in his path. "This was never how it was supposed to be," he muttered, voice low and gravelly, like the growl of distant thunder. But he was wrong. This was no mere twist of fate. I remembered the day when the threads of our lives tangled into this intricate web of heartache and longing. I remembered the weight of my heart, heavy with the knowledge that love could be both a sanctuary and a prison. "You think you're the only one who suffers," I snapped, my voice cutting through the silence like a knife. "You think I haven't felt the pain of your choices?" Psyche, my sister, was somewhere in the shadows, trapped in the silence between us. She was the embodiment of beauty, a porcelain doll with a heart full of fire. Yet she was also a mirror reflecting our deepest flaws. I could see her, poised, caught in the balance between our worlds. Was she an angel or a ghost? Could love redeem her, or would it bury her alive beneath the weight of expectation? I felt the knot in my stomach tighten as I thought of her struggles, the suffocating grip of a love that demanded more than she was willing to give. "Eros, you can't keep doing this," she whispered, her voice a fragile breeze. "You can't love me only when it's convenient." The words hung in the air, heavy and electric. A plea wrapped in frustration, but there was also a flicker of hope, a spark reminiscent of the first warmth of spring after a long, brutal winter. I could see the ghosts of memory swirling around us, our childhood laughter, the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the stifling silence of unspoken truths. Each memory was a dagger, piercing the fabric of our shared history. It reminded me that love was not just a feeling, it was a choice, a battle fought in the trenches of despair and joy. What is love, if not a chain we forge ourselves? Eros snapped, his voice rising in agony. "I am nothing but a pawn in this game of hearts." His hands trembled, the bow slipping from his grasp, clattering against the stones below, a sound that echoed like the final toll of a bell marking the end of hope. And there it was, a moment suspended in time, the air thick with unvoiced fears. I felt the cold breath of regret wash over me, a reminder of all the times we had chosen silence over truth, comfort over honesty. Eros's pain was palpable, a raw wound bleeding vulnerability. It clawed at my heart, opening my own wounds, and I remember the nights we had spent under the stars, weaving dreams of love and longing, only to be shattered by the cruel realities of our choices. "None of us are innocent in this," I said, the words bursting from my lips like a dam breaking. "We danced with shadows, and now we cower from the darkness we've created." The weight of truth pressed down on me, heavy and suffocating, yet cathartic. Each word was a heartbeat, echoing our shared failures, our shared love. Psyche stepped forward, the light from the torches illuminating her delicate features. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, reflecting the flickering flames like stars trapped in a twilight sky. "Love is supposed to set us free," she said, each word a fragile thread weaving our fates together and tearing them apart at the same time. "But instead, it feels like a curse." The clash of emotions erupted like a storm, thunderous and wild. We were caught in a whirlwind, a tempest of longing, betrayal, and unyielding love. I wanted to scream, to rage against the heavens themselves, but all I could do was watch Eros and Psyche as they stood together, teetering on the precipice of despair. I felt anger pulse through me, but it was laced with something softer, something aching. What if love was never meant to be easy? I asked, my voice barely a whisper, a plea for understanding. Easy? Eros scoffed, the bitterness seeping from his words. You think love is easy? It's a battlefield. Look at us, broken, lost, with scars that map our histories. His face contorted with pain, and I felt my heart crack open, the sorrow spilling forth like a river flooding a dry land. In that moment, I understood. Love was not a fairy tale, it was a relentless beast, a living entity that demanded sacrifice and strength. It haunted us like a ghost in the night, whispering secrets that left us trembling. We were bound together by the very threads of our vulnerabilities, the fragile seams of our hearts stitching us into an unbreakable tapestry of pain and beauty. And just as quickly as it had begun, the storm subsided, leaving behind a haunting silence. Eros, Psyche, and I stood there, our hearts laid bare, our fears entwined like vines that would either choke us or bind us together in a new understanding. We were three souls caught in an eternal struggle, forever changed by love's complexities. The clock continued to tick in the background, a relentless reminder that time was slipping away. As the shadows crept closer, we stood on the brink of something profound, something terrifying. The legacy of Eros and Psyche loomed before us like a starless night, full of unknowns and untold stories. We were left with one undeniable truth: love would always demand more than we were willing to give, yet it was the very essence of our existence, a haunting melody that echoed through the ages. And as the moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow, I knew that our journey was far from over. The dance of love and despair would continue, a haunting rhythm that would bind us to the legacy of Eros and Psyche, a tale as old as time itself. The clock ticks loudly in the silence of the room, each second a hammer striking the anvil of fate. It hangs in the air, heavy like a storm cloud, crackling with anticipation. The shadows seem to stretch and twist, creeping along the walls as if they're alive, whispering secrets that only the night can hear. I can feel the pulse of the world outside, a city teeming with life, yet here, in this moment, time has conspired against us. I remember the first time I saw her, the way the moonlight played in her hair, each strand glinting like silver beneath the celestial glow. Clara! Her laughter, a melody that echoed through the dark corners of my heart, drew me in like moth to flame. But love, oh love! It is a tempest, beautiful yet cruel, weaving joy and sorrow into a tapestry so complex it aches to look upon. Now, as I stand here, the weight of her absence crushes me, a ghost haunting the very marrow of my bones. Across the room, Marcus paces, his shoulders tense, hands trembling like the leaves of a willow in a storm. He's grappling with his own demons, wrestling with the shadows of his past that claw at him, relentless. We can't let them take her, he whispers, eyes blazing with a fierce desperation that ignites the air. I want to scream, to shake him awake from this nightmare, but the truth is, I feel it too, the insistent tug of inevitability closing in, like the tightening grip of a vice. Memories swirl, a cacophony of laughter, stolen glances, and the fleeting touch of hands. I remember the way she stood in the marketplace, bargaining fiercely over a pomegranate, her brow furrowed in determination, yet her eyes sparkled with mischief. You think they can fool me, she had said, pointing a finger at the merchant, unyielding. I had laughed then, that sweet sound spilling from my lips, only to realize that it was always her strength that drew me in. But strength can be a weapon, a double-edged sword that slices deep. Get it together, Clive! Marcus snaps, his voice slicing through my reverie. I feel the anger bubbling beneath my skin. How dare he expect me to stand tall in the face of such despair? Clara is in danger, trapped in a world where shadows dance and the clock is ticking, each tick a reminder that we are running out of time. I remember the last time I saw her face, the way her smile faltered when she sensed the darkness creeping in. Promise me, she had said, her voice trembling like a fragile bird, promise me you will find me. I had nodded, but what is a promise in a universe where fate plays its cruel games? The stars in the sky twinkled with a mocking brilliance, indifferent to our plight, while the city thrummed below, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing above. Maybe if we just, Marcus starts, but I cut him off, the fire of heartbreak igniting in my chest. No. You don't understand. It's not that simple. I can see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the way he wrestles with hope and despair, trying to hold on to something solid in a world so unsteady. We are two souls adrift in a tempest, clinging to each other, yet knowing the abyss waits to swallow us whole. The door creaks, an ominous sound that sends a shiver down my spine. I turn, heart racing, as shadows coalesce into a figure, a silhouette that looms larger than life. Clara! No, not Clara. A harbinger of despair, cloaked in darkness, with eyes that pierce through the very fabric of reality. You cannot save her, it hisses, voice a sinister melody that drips with foreboding. No. I roar, the sound erupting from my chest like a lion's roar, raw and unhinged. You will not take her. My fists clench, trembling with rage, but the figure only tilts its head, amused, as if savoring the taste of my defiance. Marcus steps forward, a trembling leaf caught in the gale. What do you want? His voice breaks, and I can see the fear etched on his face, a mirror reflecting my own doubts. The figure grins, a smile that chills the very essence of my being. What I want, it echoes, mocking, what I want is irrelevant. It is your own heart that will betray you. The air is thick, fraught with tension, every breath a struggle against the weight of dread. I remember the moments we shared, quiet whispers beneath the stars, laughter that danced through the night like fireflies. But love can be a cruel mistress, twisting joy into sorrow, binding you in invisible chains. The price of love is steep, and I fear we are about to pay it in full. Clara! I scream into the void, a call that reverberates through the silence, desperate and haunting. The shadows pulse, as if responding to my grief, and for a fleeting moment, I see her face, stretched in terror, a silent scream caught in the web of time. I stumble, the ground beneath me shifting as reality wavers. Marcus takes my hand, warmth flooding my palm, a tether in this chaotic storm. We will find her, he insists, a mantra in the dark. Together. But even as he says it, I can feel the weight of uncertainty pressing down. The haunting question lingers in the air, what if together isn't enough? The clock ticks on, relentless, ominous, a constant reminder of the fleeting moments we have left. Each tick feels like a countdown, the seconds slithering by, a serpent ready to strike. And somewhere, in the shadows, the figure watches, waiting, reveling in our despair. I glance at Marcus, and in that moment, we understand, we are bound by this chaos, entwined in a fate we cannot escape. The world outside rumbles, the city alive with the pulse of existence, yet here, in this moment, we are suspended in time, caught between love and loss, hope and despair. And somewhere, in the vastness of the cosmos, Clara waits. We will find her. We must.